Hello, good morning. Welcome along to Tuesday here at the MODUS Super Series moving day in Portsmouth. And well, the first day saw a real cosmopolitan field mixed together here on the south coast. Then there was the Canadian captain that was the top trump. McIntosh had a day to forget yesterday, losing all 5 games on debut at the Pharaoh thrower. The defending champion, Jim McEwan, felt like there was more left out there yesterday, picking up 4 points on Monday. Johan Angstrom played every leg possible on day 1, winning 3 games by a scoreline of 4-3. Leonard Gates awoke from his slumber late on in the session, and when he did, he was mesmerising, with 2 ton-topping averages in his last 2 games. James Richardson won 3 from his opening 5. Ruthless is looking to hit top form ahead of Lakeside next week. But it was Davidson Jake McMillan who enjoyed a superb first day at the Super Series, winning 4 from 5. He heads the field. Yeah, Jake McMillan, top of the pile after day 1. We're going to be watching all the action on day 2 in the company of Primetime. Matthew Edgar, 2-time WDF ranking event winner in 2023. That's the best introduction I've ever given you. And it was a great introduction to Super Series Live for Jake McMillan yesterday.
This is supposed to be hard. And it is. It's hard. When you come here, it's different. You're under the microscopes. It's the environment. He made it look easy. And that's one thing that I was really impressed with Jake yesterday. It wasn't the fact that he came here and did well, it's the fact of how he did it. He looked so comfortable, composed. He looked like a player who's got experience well beyond what he actually has, and rightfully so, top of the table. Yeah,
top of the table. You say that he made it look easy. In what ways would you say that?
There's different times of the day where you're going to be asked different sorts of questions. There'll be times where you've sort of got to pull some out of the bag. It was a 107 finish for Jake in one point of his games when it started getting close. Those finishes, 67s, 72s, they're the difference maker between the players, and they're what build confidence. Confidence isn't something you just eat, drink, or wake up one day and have. It's a process. And you can see him going through that process yesterday and building that confidence. I'm really excited to see what he does over the next couple of days.
If Jake McMillan was great throughout the course of the day, the greatest spell came from Leonard Gates, losing his first 2, but won his last 3. The last 2 with averages in excess of a ton, 111, the highest of which, when he got going, he got going.
And it wasn't just that. Match number 3 as well, he was running at over 100 average from most of that. A few missed doubles at the end cost him, so it took him a little bit to settle in. Now, I picked up on this on commentary with Glenn Durrant yesterday. After the first couple of games, he had about an hour's break. That was a moment where he had the opportunity to sort of reset, to recompose himself, and almost to say, that was my practice at the start of the day, now I can get into the meat of it. He ended up leaving with a good points haul, and he's the man to beat.
We're looking at the quality of the American players who get here at the Super Series and the way they're so composed on stage. We're seeing them more in CDC events, in World Series events, great in the televised stage environment. Are they perhaps at times more settled coming into this environment than maybe some players we see from Europe?
I think for them, this is like a one-shot opportunity as well. For some of the UK players, or depending where they're coming from Europe, it feels a bit at home and it feels like you'll get more opportunities and it's sort of a continuum. For them, this is, I'm putting all this time and effort in and this travelling, it becomes such a big event and a big event feel for these players. Leonard Gates, slightly different. We know he's here to take on Lakeside as well in a couple of weeks' time. So he's over here for a bit of a continuum, but Jake's only here for the week and he's trying to make the most of it.
Well, he made the most of the first day, and let's see what it means in terms of the bookmakers' thinking following the first day's play here at the Super Series. Well, he's second favourite, 12-15. They're still going with Leonard Gates at 13-8. Is that in particular because of the level of performance at the end of yesterday and expecting him to kick on?
I don't think it's to do with yesterday. I think this is to do with what we've seen from him in 2023. The odds don't tend to move too much based on one day, but what we do tend to see is off of what we expect from that player. Leonard Gates did that yesterday, and it was unexpected. It was like, we expect this now, that Leonard Gates can come here and throw over 100 average, potentially for 3 matches in a row. So that's why the odds have moved in. Jim McEwan's moved out, our defending champion, who, for me, I just worry that he's playing with a bit of expectation. and he started really slow here yesterday. The last time he walked off that stage, he was walking up with a trophy and £20,000. He then came onto it and just kept missing double after double, which just set him up for a bit of a torrid day.
Can that be a little bit after the Lord Mayor's show and the fact that last time he was here, it was packed out, the confetti cannons came down, and he's coming back in behind closed doors on a Monday morning. No matter who you are, can you sometimes have that sort of come-down effect?
Yeah, you get that, and think about like the glory or the run of an event. You've just gone to Wembley and lifted the trophy. Then the next minute you're playing at Fratton Park. It doesn't have the same sort of vibe or feel about it as if like. I've got you, haven't I, with that one, with the Portsmouth jibe. But you've just got to get the sort of. It can knock you out of your stride a little bit. You can sort of come into the event and you almost feel, again, like a bit of a continuum, like everything's going to be the great all over again. You stand in a spot. I remember what it was like when I was here. I remember being in that atmosphere. And then when you're not playing the same sort of way, it's almost like, how can I get into that mode and that feeling that I had last time? Because last time was safe. The past is safe. And when you sort of look back, it was always better than it was.
Well, if someone's winning the FA Cup and going to Fratton Park for the next game, put money on Oxford United to win the FA Cup this season. Right, let's have a look at the bet builder for today. It's a treble that pays just under 6 to 1. A mixture of everything today. The player 180 stakes, skates over 1.5 against Jim McEwan. McEwan in the handicap against McIntosh. And then Richardson in the match winner stakes against the man at the top of the table.
Yeah, I think that's quite a nice little play there. I quite like that bet builder. There's been some good ones landed recently, and I think that's a good one again there from our punters. Our punters got an awful lot right yesterday, but they did get burnt early on, and that's what I'd say here. Just watch those early games. Certainly with McIntosh. Yes, he's bottom of the table, but his performance wasn't that of the worst player. And when we look at it, how does he look at it? Is it glass half full, glass half empty? Because actually, he had plenty of opportunities yesterday. Yes, he only had 15% of his doubles hit, but he had 39 missed starts at a double, which means he's carving out opportunities. If he can start to convert those, he's going to start landing points.
Ready for a day of darts?
Yeah, I'm really excited for this one. I think we're going to see lots of moving changes in that table.
Well, we call it moving day for a reason. Let's see what Tuesday's going to bring here at the Super Series. Matthew Edgar's going to make his way down to the commentary box to describe all the action in the company of the three-time Lakeside champion, former Premier League winner. It's a very good morning to Glenn Durrant.
Yeah, thank you very much, Henry. And Matthew, I thought that was fantastic analysis of what was a very good day yesterday, very competitive, very enjoyable. Was about this man walking to the hockey right now, Jake McMillan, maybe a new name to many people on debut here at the MODUS Super Series. And what a day. I mean, he just has the right attributes, just a good demeanour about himself. Polar opposite for Puwayan, who never really recovered from his second game against Johan Angstrom, where he had double after double to win the match. And yeah, it was always going to be a tough ask after. But for Jake, he sits pretty at the top of the table. And has a real good opportunity because it was a pretty one-sided affair against Jan yesterday. He refereed by Jack Garwood in the last game of yesterday. A pretty straightforward win for Jake. But it's a new day for Jan. He said he was just delighted to be here. He wants to learn about himself. He's very proud to wear the Faroe Islands on the back of his shirt. Probably feel that there's a lot of unfinished business.
135.
For Jake, he's staying very close to the venue. Happened to walk in with him this morning. He seems to be very settled and a big opportunity, Matthew Edgar, to go 4 points clear. And when he goes back
59.
to the players area after this game, it must be a nice feeling. There's a TV in the players area where the league table is up, and it must be a nice feeling. It might be for a very short period of time, but to see himself, the first player on 10 points, that must be the motivation.
I think he's been doing everything right. I can't find a fault at the moment with Jake. And for me, that's the exciting thing. He's just been so settled and composed. Henry asked me, what is it about his performance that you think's been so good? But remember, yesterday he was 3-0 down and then reeled off 4 of his best legs of the day.
It was a special moment, a real tide turner. You know, just the comeback. We did talk about it at 3-0.
45.
Imagine how he's going to be feeling after that. And like I say, his final game against Jan was pretty straightforward in the end. And he started very, very nicely in this first leg. Treble list there. for Jan, desperate for the 2 points. And Jan has a decent pedigree, has a win over Scott Williams on his resume, the recent World Cup.
32.
A very proud man. And
125.
one thing about the MODUS Super Series, the new day, new challenge.
47. Jan, you require 140.
The problem was clearly evident yesterday for Jan. It was the doubles. He'd love a dart here, but he would have needed to have found the 2 trebles first, which he can't do on this occasion.
100.
He can set it up absolutely beautifully.
78.
So many players hit the 4 yesterday, going for the 18. But the recovery
62.
there did give him an opportunity for that
Jan,
double
you
16.
require
But
40.
a little bit nervy dart and a chance for Jan. These weren't going in yesterday.
Game shot on the first leg. Jan McIntosh.
Yeah, now that's a good start from the man from the Faroe Islands, just what he needed. And how many times have we sat in this seat, Matt?
Second leg.
Top
It's Jake
against
to throw
bottom.
first.
We're pretty much,
Game on.
given the fact that Jake's going to be on 10 points after this game, the guy at the bottom who
81.
does that shock victory.
Well, I've highlighted this morning already multiple times what the problem was for Jan McIntosh yesterday. And he's already showing indications there of putting it right. That is a good, confident dart. We saw yesterday with Jim McEwan,
100.
who missed 17 darts at a double in his opening game. And it sort of set that trend of bad vibes throughout the day. And as someone who's played in a Group A, you get in a continuum. It's hard to get out of that mindset when you're missing, you lose, and you've got to come back and do it again. So positive start could lead to a positive day for Jan McIntosh.
140.
Now, I'm not saying Jan is out of Group A by a long way, but he still has a big part to play in a sense that he could affect how
47.
the positions at the top go. And also for his self-esteem, his confidence going into a probable Group C campaign, potential Group B campaign. But it's much, much better from Jan. I didn't really was too disappointed with his scoring yesterday. Could have been better, of course. Just at the back end, good board management there from Jake. Using the 19s on 2-3-3. And a couple of trebles there has left him a 2-darter.
I was just about to say, is it me or does he feel like he's throwing a bit harder today, Jan McIntosh? Maybe throwing with a bit more belief
Jake, you
in
require
himself.
100.
I think I'd use the word belief. I just think yesterday on debut, you look at this finish, that's a fantastic second dart, an even better third dart.
Jake McMillan.
What an outstanding finish. We were waxing lyrical about Jan McIntosh there. And Jake, just a little reminder that he's the guy at the top of the table. He'll be feeling superb. But I don't know if belief's the right word, because maybe the belief was sucked out of him with 5 losses yesterday. I guess when you're on debut and you're new surroundings, I just think it was a term he used to us where he's just learning on the job. Yesterday was just might be a real sighter. He knows where the venue is. He knows the setup when he's up there.
140.
And maybe that's the reasons why they're just going in with a just bit more purpose.
$140.
Looks like a different man so far, doesn't he? Shy of the 100 average at the moment. And if Jake didn't realise he was in a game yesterday, he certainly does now.
Such a good feeling as well as a player, isn't it? When you kick your day off and it all goes well, you don't want to feel like you're chasing to try and get yourself back into a game.
60.
Remember one of the conversations they had from being a youth player was, imagine what your first dart is on the World Championship stage. All these little thoughts
96.
and things just seek in, and the Super Series is becoming a big target for players now.
Doesn't need to go for this. But why not? That's a great effort from Jan McIntosh. He looks refreshed. Looks like he means business. This is an outstanding start from Jan McIntosh.
57.
He was excellent
Jan,
on the double top
25.
when we questioned his double in yesterday. The big number must start this 25. Job done. 2 darts, double 8.
9. Jake, you require 160.
Big task for Jake McMillan, but he's shown us he's more than capable of doing these sort of shots. And it's tops.
Game shot on
And
the
when
third
things
leg.
are not going
Jake
well for you,
McMillan.
like Jan McIntosh, stuff like that continues to happen. The brilliance of Jake McMillan once again backing up
Fourth
that
leg,
100
it's Jake
finish
to throw
with
first.
a 160. This
on.
is a serious dart player here.
What an outstanding finish. And just look at him now. That's what a big finish can do to you.
140.
The blood will be absolutely flying through the body. It's managing the adrenaline right now. But as good as that 160 was, I couldn't take my eyes off Jan. And it just looked like someone had just punched him in the stomach. It was an absolute sickener.
100.
And absolutely spot on what you said, Matt. That just seems to happen when you're at the bottom of the table.
With hindsight now, would you suggest maybe the bullseye wasn't the right play?
He's looking for something, isn't he, as we look at his throw there.
See, I was interested in seeing this because yesterday we saw that flick where the wrist on that release
100.
flicks out rather than extending. On that treble 20, when I'm saying he's throwing with more purpose and pace, we saw a lot more extension with that treble 20.
Would still like to see a bit more follow through. It's as if after 90% is the way I'm seeing it. He's just pulling away. Can you see last second there? I'd like that hand to go right the way through, all the way to the referee's hands there.
60.
And just see the arm of the referee in the back. And it's as if last second he's just pulling away. No such problem for this man. No such problem whatsoever. This is an outstanding performance.
115.
I was impressed yesterday. Is there a word beyond impressed? Super impressed.
100. Jake, you require 16.
Just widens the bed by moving over. This is tricky now.
No score. Jan,
Just
you
waiting
require
for the referee. I don't know about you
141.
watching there. I was just waiting for the referee to shout game shot there. Well, the 160 was a real blow to this man. That 141 would have brought him right back in it, but his setup plays there. 61 left, so options on 61.
105.
Beautiful darts.
Jake,
That
you
16
require
was looking
16.
inviting a second ago, and now it's a must hit.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Jake McMillan.
Well, he couldn't get much closer without going in, and he finally gets over the line there, Jake McMillan, and puts himself a leg away from the match.
Fifth leg, it's Jan to throw first.
Well, yeah,
Game
McIntosh, this
on.
is significantly better than anything we saw from him yesterday. The best we saw from him, an 85.71, but that was a game in which he only had one dart at a double, so pretty much a scoring average there
58.
for McIntosh.
Now, I love them 3 darts from Jan, and he scored 58. So technically, that
100.
follow through the arm was so much better there. But like I said, not always the best looking dart is the best. Just keep your eye on. Can you see how his hand is flicking to the referee as well? Something where it's as if you're trying to bend the dart into the top
100.
right-hand corner. This guy, I think that's a really solid throw. Look at those fingers. I always say to people, they're hoovering the carpet afterwards
59.
at the end. He has all the characteristics, Jake, to go very far. And another great find by the MODUS Super Series. He obviously has played Michael Van Gerwen at Madison Square Garden. He's just making strides in the game.
108.
Did you just say hoovering the carpet? The same man I had to teach how to use a washing machine and asked me how to do a microwave meal.
57.
Talks about hoovering the carpet.
No, I knew the microwave meal. I just didn't know the difference between seconds and minutes.
But this is real good
125.
characteristics from Jan McIntosh. He took a pummeling yesterday, lost all 5 matches. He's ran into everything here from Jake McMillan and then leaves a double after 12.
Jan, you require 38.
Averaging 97 and losing 3-1, but a chance to reduce the deficit.
And he'll be in that position where
No
he'll
score.
always be worried about Jake.
Jake,
Even
you
on
require
145, you think this guy's
145.
just hitting me with everything.
I'm thinking the other players are thinking, oh dear.
92.
Because I guess
Jan, you
Jan was the
require
one where you would
38.
identify your 2 points clearly. Or if he puts performances on like this the rest of the day. Seems to be his Achilles heel. Can you see the flick there? It's not throw and follow
Game shot
through.
on the fifth leg.
And that
Jan
is an
McIntosh.
outstanding dart with that excellent camera angle once again. How tough it was to get through that tungsten. Trying to be as biased
Sixth
in
leg,
here
it's
as
Jake to
not sure
throw
any
first.
bias in here as much as
Game
possible.
on.
But when you're seeing people struggling up there, this would be a good story to see him play well. But
100.
McMillan's going to take a good player, Matt, to beat him today.
And we've got a few good players in this group as well. James Richardson, Leonard Gates, Jim McEwan, players with success and pedigree both in this room and
85.
elsewhere, which is what's going to make Tuesday a really intriguing day. But I'm really excited to see the story unfold this week of Jake McMillan.
100.
Yeah, he's played at the World Cup. He's captain of Canada, of course. He played singles. He got to the quarterfinal of the pairs as well with Ross Snook. Well, he lost 4-3 there. I really fancied their
83.
chances going there because the pairs competition at the World Cup really opened up. He's been playing on the PDC North American Tour, a couple of semi-finals, won a
57.
7-0 defeat to Leonard Gates. I wonder if there's been any of that chat in the players area. He seems to be making his way in the game and, like I said, fully identifies. But this,
140.
I think, has been about Jan McIntosh as much as it's been about the success of Jake McMillan. It's a good return here from Jan, a very, very enjoyable opening game of the day. And Jake McMillan continues to impress.
Very good opening game, but it might be coming to an end. As Jake McMillan hasn't let too many opportunities pass him by, not just today, but
101.
over yesterday
Jakey
as well.
requires
And an
64.
opportunity here to hit the top on 10 points.
First match start.
48.
Jan was
required
very
92.
aggressive on these types of finishes yesterday. You're going to continue that strategy. I do like the thought of maybe
52.
a bullseye with the first dart, just to
Jakey
see if that
requires 16.
see if that changes his ways. But like I said, it's been a very enjoyable opening game. There's the reset. There's the focus. Can he execute? Yes,
Game
he
shot
can.
and
A
the match,
very
Jake
good start from
McMillan.
Jake McMillan. And he's the first player to reach double figures. He moves on to 10 points. For a few minutes, maybe, he is 4 points clear at the top. But fair play to Jan McIntosh. He's still sat on 0 points, but that was a marked improvement. And even better would have been with a couple of checkouts from Jan McIntosh, but I just feel he could still play a big part today. But Jake McMillan continues to impress. Big game coming up next. It's Jim McEwan against Leonard Gates.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, Jake McMillan kept his winning streak going, getting the better of McIntosh by 4-2. Much improved performance by the Pharaoh in his opening game of day 2. Well, the performances of the day on the first day's action here in the Super Series came from the American ace, Leonard Gates. He lost his first 2, but won his last 3, and the last 2 with averages topping a ton, the highest of which 111. He takes on the defending champion in his first game of day 2, Jim McEwan. But before we get the action underway, let's hear from Leonard now. I caught up with him earlier on this morning. Leonard, it took a few games yesterday, but once you got going, you really did get going, didn't you?
Yes, yeah, I got it going. The first 2 games, like I was telling somebody earlier, my head wasn't in there. I wasn't quite in the moment. I was like, okay, let me get in the moment because I'm here to play darts, and let's compete with these guys.
What was the light bulb moment for yourself yesterday?
I guess after the second loss, I went back in the room and I just sat and just told myself, hey, you're here to play darts, you know, turn it on, get aggressive, and just go from there, you know.
You've been here many times, so you know day one's just an indication of the week. Do you feel like after those, especially those last couple of performances yesterday, that you've sort of served notice to the rest of the group as to the level that you can get to?
Oh yeah, definitely. It's a matter of point of keeping that consistency, staying on point on the board, on the line, off the line mentally, and just going through the rest of the week and put up a good performance.
Quickly about yourself. It's been a great year for Leonard Gates. 3 televised titles in the World Series, but does that come with an added bit of pressure now when you come into events like this, that you're the name maybe that people want to get at?
I think if it does, it's the pressure that I put on myself that, you know, I don't think about I won 3 TV titles, but the pressure is that I have to stay consistent, stay informed with my darting, and whatever event or situation I come up with that pertains to darts, just keep it, continue it, and go forth with it.
Well, I wish you all the very best today. Wish you all the very best this week. Leonard, good luck.
Thank you, thank you.
Yeah, he speaks very well, does Leonard Gates. It's always enjoyable to hear from him. But what's a surprise to me, Matt, is that backstage in the players area, I thought he'd be alpha male. I thought he was the voice I would hear. And it's the polar opposite. He actually sits in the venue, puts his music in his ears. And me and you had a long chat yesterday when he lost his first 2 games. And what he said in the interview there, he put his music in and used that hour as a bit of reflection. Like, look, I'm not tired. I'm here to play darts. That's a poor start. Going to need to be good against our champion, Jim McEwan. Such a wonderful, emotional interview when that final dart went in against Marino Michaels. And just to hear him say how life-changing it was. But just watching Leonard Gates yesterday in them final 3 games, the levels that he had, the 111 averages, being watched by many, many people. We did put up on YouTube for you to watch that game and just to see how good he is, and looks very inviting. Last week, 20-1 to win Lakeside was Leonard Gates. I think that's been snapped up a little bit, but still must have a real fancy his chances next week. But looking forward to this game.
I'm going to pose a bit of an observation here, and I think that a lot of this will depend on the start that Jim McEwan has today. If Jim McEwan starts well, I expect to see that continue, but if he doesn't start well, I think he'll start picking up the negatives of yesterday rather than being able to forget all about that sort of day where he only picked up 4 points. Started
81.
yesterday off, lost 81.78 the average, but only 3 hits from 20 darts at the double for Jim McEwan. Not something you'd normally associate as a characteristic of Jim.
58.
But he's used to this MODUS Super Series now. There'll be no panic from Chucky, whether he has to go through from Group A, Group B or C. Be no panic. But he'd be disappointed with yesterday. But
60.
I thought it was quite a reflective interview with you and Henry Deacon on the balcony earlier where, look, he was 2 weeks ago on that stage and Henry alluded to the confetti's coming down, the realisation of 20 grand. And then you come back yesterday with that word that we use an awful lot of expectation from himself and others. Look, it didn't go his way yesterday.
60.
You know, one
Jim,
thing
you
about
require
the MODUS Super
120.
Series, the next day is a different day. We call it Moving Tuesday. Will it be about this man? Because I think the winner of this game will fancy their chances to go through the card.
100.
I said a lot of it was on the start here for Jim McEwan. It can't start much better than that. 14 darts to get to the double. And buys himself a handful of darts on return at double 10, an area of the board that Jim McEwan loves.
55. Jim, you require 20.
Yeah, he was so good and adept on double 10 without being his brilliant day yesterday.
on the first
And I'm sure
leg,
that's
Jim
pretty much
McEwan.
exactly the same hole he hit about 10 times yesterday. Really nice to have your friend on a certain double.
Second leg, it's
And right
Leonard
now
to throw
for Chucky, that
first.
double 10 seems
Game
very
on.
easy. But for Leonard Gates, Matt, started off very slowly yesterday. He's one of those players, he does come into the venue very late. He was the last out of the
137.
6 players here. Something I've seen him do at the World Seniors as well. Something he may need to change throughout the week.
I think in these early morning ones especially, because this isn't a time of day, well, I say it's not a time of day we
100.
traditionally play darts, but I suppose in America it's a bit different because they put so many tournaments on into one day, because you've got your O1, as they call it, and then you've got your cricket events, and they play so
40.
many darts in one day because the amount of miles and travelling that they have to do. Try and make sure that they get as much action as possible.
$85.
Wonder if Leonard is doing Q School. Has he made any indication? Or I was just thinking there, if he does win the World Seniors,
100.
World Championships, he'll hold all the belts, won't he? He'll be the undisputed.
Yeah, I know he's done Q School a couple of times in the past.
125.
He actually got really close. He actually got one game away from getting a PDC tour card. Got any idea who beat him in that game that stopped him getting that PDC tour card?
I don't know what happened to him. Probably commentating somewhere.
140.
But he seems to be getting better. The older he gets, the better. He's like a fine wine.
Confidence, Matt. You're winning tournaments. The game becomes
83.
so much easier.
Leonard, you require
And he had,
84.
he's had a couple of games where it could have been 50-50 in those seniors, but you get that knack how to win. And he's a very, very talented player. I was about to say so good on the doubles as well, but usually when I say that,
72. Jim, you require 108.
So this is well within range for Jim McEwan. He just needs the one treble. Doesn't find it, so Leonard Gates will return to level this match up.
60. Leonard, you require 12.
Little lie there for the way that
Shot on the
Leonard's
second
darts are.
leg,
And no
Leonard
surprise to see him level this one up, one apiece. The battle of the players we expected to be battling for
Third
first
leg,
and
it's
second
Jim to throw
position here in
first.
Group A before a
Game
dart
on.
was thrown.
yeah, there was plenty of talk of him going into the PDC World Championships last year and opened up very nicely with Gert Nenches in the last 96 prelim game.
180.
But just walked into Stephen Bunting, who was just showing signs of a form that's taken him into a fantastic 2023 for the Bullet.
100.
It's strange what confidence can do, isn't
45.
it? It's such a big part of the game. I'm currently working on an article, which is the 5 biggest regrets of playing darts. And for me, it was
100.
doing it the way around that I did, going PDC first, because what it doesn't, the PDC doesn't teach you to be a winner, because everybody's a winner there, and you end up finding acceptance within smaller results. Oh, I've won my board, great, I've won my board,
140.
that's a good result. Oh, I've reached the last 16, that's a good result. And what it does is it doesn't get you that winning mentality. That's something that
81.
Leonard Gates is
Jim, you
very
require
well and truly got
136.
right now, and I think would be better with a card than he would have been then.
Is that why you think that players who have done well in the WDF system, where they're used to winning, go to the PDC and start very quickly?
96.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Playing a tournament over a day, not being happy with just okay, I lost second round, but at least I got £750. You find acceptance within the defeat.
22.
Well, Jim's
Give me
finding
require
acceptance with his
40.
dartboard right now. Just shy of the 100 average, looking really good. The perfect marker, Shuley.
Game shot on the
Absolutely
third
great start
leg,
from Jim McEwan. It looked like he meant business this morning. Wasn't as jolly when I said hello to him, and I just thought, you know what? You're really focused
Fourth
there,
leg,
aren't you,
it's Leonard
Chucky?
to throw first.
You didn't
Game
like the
on.
fact the way yesterday went, and you're determined to put it right. And a win over Leonard Gates here would do exactly that. He would join 4 others
140.
on 6 points, and I guess the big winner, if Jim does win this game, once again, is James McMillan. 4 points pretty at the moment.
Sat beautifully in the board for Jim McEwan.
140.
But just going back to that winning mentality again, I can give you another really fine example. Went to Belgium, 600 players,
100.
lost in the final, distraught. Absolutely gutted. If you lost in the final of a Pro Tour, you'd be delighted. You'd come off and you'd be, oh, what a fantastic day, and you'd be more than happy with the day. But yeah, losing the final of one of those
100.
tournaments, distraught. And Leonard Gates with that seniors tour has found a way to really emphasise that winning mentality.
140.
Well, the first game was a cracker. Isn't bad either. I always feel like the Mondays like shadow boxing. They're all sort of assessing each other and sizing each other up, and usually some fantastic darts
37.
usually happen on moving
Leonard to require
Tuesday.
121.
And then Wednesday you get that tension and the permutations of who can finish where. Well, I'm not going to say this is the wrong way to go this time. So social media
Shot on the
made
fourth
me look
leg,
stupid
Leonard
last
Gates.
night. That was the right way to go, that, Leonard. Great darts, sir.
Fifth leg, it's Jim to throw first. Game on.
But he had a 1-2-1 yesterday when his opponent was on 2-1-2, and the point I was trying to make was he didn't need to go treble 20-11 bull. But the treble 11,
26.
very acceptable to go the double 14 route there, so...
Context is a fine thing, isn't it, in the world?
I'll have a word with our social media team again today.
140.
Make sure you cut that one. That was the right way to go, Leonard.
You know there's going to be someone who X's in or Facebook's in and goes, no, Glenn, that's the wrong way to go because he didn't need to do that because Jim was
140.
back in the 200s.
43.
Does Jim McEwan's throw to you just have that
100.
little bit of a feel of a Andy Hamilton about it?
Not that I've ever thought it was.
134.
I see what you're saying, but yeah, I'm working with Andy again. Andy's playing great darts, by the way. And
140.
I was really disappointed. I think that's the right word, disappointed, in how he played at the MODUS Super Series, because the 48 hours before that, I was in a leisure
100.
centre doing an
Jimmy
exhibition with it, and he was
95.
brilliant. I mean, absolutely brilliant. Has been a great game. So what he's thinking now is he just double check. Leonard Gates is on 84. Again, it's very direct for double 19.
Game shot on the
That
fifth leg.
It's
Jim
how to do
McEwan.
95 finish, because the other option was to start in the bullseye to guarantee your dart at the bull with your
Sixth
final
leg,
dart.
it's Leonard to throw first. Game on.
And how much as well is it potential revenge here for Jim McEwan? Because as a player, you remember when
125.
someone beats you in a big important game and you almost want to get them back as quick as possible.
Well, I had a extended interview with him yesterday. That will be on the YouTube channel. And he used the
60.
word revenge in relation to Neil Duff, who he lost to at the Lakeside, and then got his revenge at the World Seniors this year at the match play.
121.
But it's a word that he uses, so I would say yes, that answer. You'll see the fact that Leonard's beat him at the match play final in the seniors. He beat him quite comfortably yesterday. He's really making a statement here.
140.
I guess he loves being called the champ. He won't like the fact that he was sat second bottom overnight, but this is a super, super performance. And then in the in-play
66.
table that we get a chance to see, he then sits pretty in third place. And I guess if he gets past Leonard here, Matt, why can't he then go all the way and run through the card?
There's absolutely no reason Jim McEwan can't do that. And I did say at the start of this match, it's all about how Jim McEwan starts today. Started it extremely strong. They both have, to be fair,
95.
28 scores of a ton or more between the pair of them.
Been a special performance, and this would be the cherry on the cake. Take a bow, Jim McEwan, because that is fantastic. He didn't have the day he wanted yesterday. He was up against Leonard Gates in his first game today, who was in fantastic form yesterday. No emotion shown there from Jim McEwan, but that is a brilliant performance in another stupendous game of two great players. That 1-6-1 was a real delight, a real joy to complement the 1-2-1 from Leonard Gates. Follow that, James Richardson and Johan Angstrom. They're up next.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. What a performance that was from Jim McEwan, the defending champion before the break. An average of 102.5 to get the better of Leonard Gates by that scoreline of 4-2. Right, the time for the final game of the first round of fixtures now. And it sees Johan Angstrom in action. Now, he played every single leg conceivably possible yesterday. 5-4 frees, winning 3 of those particular ties. He takes on James Richardson in his opener. He also won 3 from his 5 games yesterday, and earlier on this morning I caught up with a man who is Vindaloo by name, Vindaloo by nature.
I'm happy. I woke up yesterday morning fresh and raring to go, and I knew a good start is needed on a Monday, and it happened. The last time I was down here, it didn't happen. So I rectified what I put wrong.
What do you think the big change has been from this time to maybe the last couple of times we saw you here?
Well, I'm prepping myself for the lakeside. Probably that is making me more hungrier and just getting ready for that. I mean, I went to Ireland last week as well. Prepped, big competition there. Get ready, and I've got this. Then it's on to the lakeside.
On a scale of 1 to 10, where do you say you're kind of at form-wise at the minute?
About 7. Yeah, it ain't there yet. Hopefully it'll kick in. Hopefully for the rest of the week, next 2 days will be nice.
And when you look at the group in there, there's some real good players. Obviously, Jim McEwan, the reigning champion. You've got Leonard Gates, who's won 3 TV titles. Does that sort of opposition give you that extra little bit of a spur on?
Yeah, playing the better players makes you play better. I don't know the guys from abroad. Don't know nothing about their game. And plus, Jake from Canada. But you see, they're dangerous. They can play darts.
And finally, we've got to say thank you for a little gift that you gave us, James, because we've been talking about the Vindaloos and the slow cooker materials, and you brought us a little bit of a gift today.
I did. I've done a curry. When did I? I prepped it yesterday. Had a Brussels Vindaloo, chicken Vindaloo, and I bought you a little sample. You might not like it. It might be too hot. It might be too salty. I don't know, but I ate it, and it was absolutely brilliant.
Well, I look forward to giving my chef reviews, and we wish you all the very best today, James.
Thank you, Emmy. Cheers.
Yeah, another great insight there from James Richardson. I certainly won't be tasting that Vindaloo, that's for sure. Even a korma is too hot for me. But a good day yesterday for James Richardson. Got to use the fact that he's a little bit inconsistent. He can go from the 180s and maybe some of his form, but I was pleasantly surprised against a guy who was certainly getting value for money yesterday. Played every single leg. Could have won 5, could have lost 5. A funny old day for Johan Angstrom, but I think despite the fact that Johan got the better of James yesterday, James will fancy his chances. 49-year-old now, James, so potential senior this year. Against Johan Angstrom, who crossed swords many, many times, a Swedish international, real stalwart of Sweden darts, and
First leg,
has represented the World Cup and Europe Cup with the likes of Dennis Nielsen and Daniel Larsson. Real 50-50 game, Matt Edgar.
123.
On the evidence of yesterday, yes. I think on the evidence of the last so many years, you'd have to edge towards James Richardson, and he is a man who's building himself up and getting ready for Lakeside in a couple of weeks' time. As we'll probably see with many players here at the Super Series, they'll all be here in preparation for their attacks on the various World Championships that will be coming up over the next couple of months.
Yeah, he used a big tournament in Ireland last week where a lot of the players who were at Lakeside went to last week and had a massive win against you, didn't he? He smashed you all over the place, I understand.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
100.
Gave me a right hiding, but then that's not an uncommon thing these days. I don't even class myself as a part-time dart player.
Excuses, excuses.
140.
And what's happened? What have they had for the breakfast? I'll have some. Every single player so far has been brilliant. And going into this game, I thought it could be after the Lord Mayor's show. Well, I know it's very, very early, but both look very confident.
100.
We talk about the way players. I'm just listening
98.
to the way the dart's going in for Johan Angstrom. They're just going in with a real quality sound.
86.
That was for a 12 darter from Richardson.
Johan, you require 161.
Johan Angstrom at his worst, I feel, is a darter just barely reaching the dartboard. You can see only 3 fingers being used. We've just seen the 161. Not again, surely.
That's what James Richardson would have been thinking again when he saw him at the back of the stage, almost giving it the people's eyebrow.
If you smell what the Vindaloo is cooking.
Game shot on the first
leg.
leg.
Cooking his double 3. A lovely start from both players there. Johan just missing the bull on a 161. James Richardson mops up.
Second leg, it's Johan to throw first.
Double 3.
Game on.
And he cooks this stuff in his hotel room. I mean, I would not want to be in the room next to a man who is making a Brussels sprout Vindaloo. There are 2 things I don't want to wake up smelling.
Well, it might have smelled like this room yesterday, so God knows what you had the day before. I've purposely not gone on the toilet this morning, so if you just give me another 20 minutes.
100.
If you're wondering, we're sat in looking at 2 big TVs, lots going round. Unfortunately, to my left, Matthew Edgar was giggling away to himself. It's not pleasant.
99.
But yeah, Brussels sprout Vindaloo. No, thank you.
$43.
Despite the fact that Johan's 1-0 down, it's a terrific stat. He's averaging, look, it's a leg and a half, but can't help with every statistic that we're looking at. But he's averaging
97.
just shy of 115. James Richardson will want to be his brilliant best throughout. I have to say, Matthew,
140.
all 6 players today
Johan, you require
looking good.
170.
They've just had a chance to settle, haven't they?
41.
Doesn't like that one. I like the 19s on 218 when you've done that with the first start. It takes that 8 off,
96.
of course.
Johan, you require 129.
2 of the more difficult finishes in the 120s, so you'll start on the 19s, of course. So now a decision to be made on the 72, treble 16. This is outstanding once again. He missed 161 in the first leg.
105.
And he loves that beloved double
James, you
12 of
require
his.
122.
Richardson has the option starting on 18s or bull. He's gone for the 18s, needs the treble. Gets it. Bullseye.
97. Johan, you require 24.
Well, it was double 3 in the first leg.
18. James, you
Oh,
require
you broke me in this
25.
leg, Glenn. There's a chance here for James Richardson to break Johan Angstrom.
Double 4 is the route. And double
Shot on
4
the
is the
second leg,
outcome.
James
Johan Angstrom
Richardson.
could be 2-0 up. Very reminiscent of his day yesterday. Could have, should have, but it's James Richardson that leads 2-0
Third
in
leg, it's
another
James to throw
entertaining
first.
game.
Game on.
Another rub of that chalk on the fingers for James Richardson. I believe this is like a rock that he got from
100.
being out on his European travels. And James Richardson is a bricklayer, works on the building trade, and using his hands all the time. I imagine it like dries them out, roughs them
55.
up. We tend to find a lot of the time people that have these sort of very manual labour sort of jobs do need quite a lot of grip.
140.
Oh, he's finding the grip. He's finding something today. Again, just looking at the in-play table, a victory here for either player puts him in clear
140.
second position after the first set of games. And in a picture there, our referee James Gowan, he must be enjoying this match.
97.
As a referee, these are sort of games you will enjoy. Nice pace about it, not too slow, not one of the really quick play, just a nice sort of clipping along pace where both players are
95.
playing at a
James,
good
you require 164.
standard. And both players know their maths, and they're not going to throw anything in there either that's going to throw you off. I can imagine being a referee is probably one of the hardest jobs in the
57.
world, because you've got to take away and add up at the same time.
Well, one thing we did agree on yesterday, Matthew Edgar, is that we both fancy Gary Stone to win the Lakeside this year. We really fancy his chances, especially if he gets past
58.
Bartons. And he's one of the
James, you
players
require 107.
who's watching these games and practicing at the same time right now, and he must be impressed with all the players. And James Richardson is flying right now. Can't finish here,
95.
but he can lay it up very
Johan, you
nicely. Now,
require
Johan Engstrom's had his problems
153.
on his doubles. This would feel a little bit better. Can't be done. Chance for Richardson to lead 3-0.
91.
A right-handed
James,
player,
you
I always
require
think double
12.
six is in a lovely position on the board. Just this breakdown that makes people a
Game
little
shot
bit
on the
nervous
third
about
leg,
throwing that
James
way, but no
Richardson.
problems there for James Richardson. He goes 3-0 up in this one, and he means business today.
Fourth leg, it's Johan to
And how
throw
many
first.
times is the most
Game
common
on.
double in a 3-0 lead been double 3? Only the greats hit double 3 to win a Lakeside title, may I add.
96.
I know he's 3-0 down, Matt, but I've been impressed with Johan here. Yes, he has to tidy up on his
60.
doubles. but I think he's shown signs today to give him some hope.
Yeah, I think my assessment yesterday was I felt like he maybe overachieved in the amount of results he got compared to what he was
41.
showing, where today it could be the total opposite. He could show more and not get the results, and that would just be so typical of darts and what life's like here at the Super
100.
Series. The results business.
Yeah, absolutely. Seems to be in this culture now where it's not only just results, people want to put sparkling averages, and that's what we're getting so far. Jim McEwan leading the way, Jake McMillan absolutely sublime, but the two people in defeat, Jan McIntosh, marked improvement. I guess Leonard Gates was the only one who was slightly
60.
below par, and once again averaged well over 90.
Yeah, I've never gone in the bank to cash a winner's check and then say, before I cash this and give you the full amount, I need to know what you averaged.
Well, I'm glad they didn't when I won the Premier League. Let's just say that. An 87 average to win a semi-final of the Premier League. Boy.
What about when you went into the bank with your £100,000
£100,000
trophy?
Yeah, if only I could get a dyslexic
Johan, you
director from the
require
BDO to give me
140.
100 grand. As Angstrom looks at 140, and what a start. He should stay there. Just sit it above that. Not to bust it, so he goes
120.
extra high to leave
James, you
double 10.
require 101.
This is the most common finish. Players will practice this 101. But when you get moments like this, what a finish,
Game
what
shot.
a
And the
player,
match,
what
James
a performance.
Richardson.
James Richardson trumps Angstrom. He will be absolutely gutted because he actually played quite nicely in that game, but James Richardson was absolutely phenomenal. A very professional job, and just what the doctor ordered very early on Tuesday. Could it be moving Tuesday for James Richardson? He's been here before. He knows what he needs to do. And a 93.94. And overall, after the first 3 games today, all 6 players look in great shape. And next up, it's Leonard Gates against Jan McIntosh.
A very warm welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where our first round of action has been completed. This is the results from the first 3 games. You can see victories of Jake McMillan, Jim McEwan and James Richardson there in the first 3 matches. So those are the results. And as far as the table is concerned, that now means that McMillan moves on to 10 points. We now move on to game 4, which sees Leonard Gates take on Jan McIntosh. It's a battle of the United States up against the Faroe Islands. There, just a confirmation of the table. Now, America against the Faroe Islands on a darting stage. Now, this is perhaps, when you look at geography, an interesting one, because America has a population of just over 330 million people. The Faroe Islands has a population of just under 53,000. But the MODUS Super Series bringing 2 nations together and bringing Matthew Edgar and Glenn Durrant together. Okay.
Thank you, Henry. He's clearly been doing his geography homework, but that's a clear indication just how proud this man is to be the first player representing the Faroe Islands. Very softly spoken, and when I spoke to him at the beginning of the competition yesterday, I said he was here just for the experience and try to enjoy it. Well, yesterday was far from enjoyable. He had a day which didn't really start well, and then the second game was just really difficult to bounce back from that. But I was super impressed in his opening game against Jake McMillan. Jake was superb, and big finishes, big scoring was the only thing that stopped him.
First.
And at 1-1 in that game, he was sat on 16 as he refereed once again by Jack Garwood. Jake McMillan pulled out a 160 finish, and that's just sort of typical when you're sat at the bottom. And
60.
I guess, Matt, the last person you want to see is Leonard Gates, who'll be a little bit miffed at not winning his first game. Or do you think it's the right time to play Leonard? Because the first 2 games yesterday is when he was not at his best.
You've took the words right out of my mouth, in the fact that Leonard Gates started slow yesterday and he started with defeat again today. Yes, he played better in that game with Jim McEwan, but how much of
100.
that does Leonard Gates start to tell himself the story that he starts slow?
$100.
Just before we started this game, I just sort of put up the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel, and we just went back to Jan's first game just to explain what he's talking about in relation to his throw. Obviously, a lot of my theories are my opinions, my experiences, where Matt is actually being educated in sports science and was sort of knows the issues around what he's saying, the feelings, and he tried, explained it to me regarding this extension of the arm that yeah, very
43.
enlightening to see, and sort of reminiscent of some of my problems with my throw, because I always feel when I was losing confidence, I was actually going further and further forward to lean forward.
55.
And then it's the aspects
Leonard,
of what you're doing to your body there. So I've had my lesson today from Matthew Edgar. Will Jan get a lesson from Leonard Gates?
Don't worry, Glenn, the invoice is in the post.
Bought your breakfast, what more do you want?
I gave you mates' rates. 10% off for you.
60.
So, he's having a good day, Jan. However,
60.
on 226, you do not stay on the 20s with your last start.
50.
And it's now, it will frustrate him. There's potentially staying in the 20s thinking, well, Leonard's not going to miss. But it's also a sign that he's maybe not mentally focused right now, because that's a pretty basic error.
100.
But that's the sort of stuff you'll
Leonard,
learn from being
require
here.
10.
And if you're watching the games back, which certainly when you're first starting off is very advisable to do so you can spot those errors and have them pointed out.
Game shot on the first leg, Leonard Gates.
I think it's good for Leonard Gates just at the right time there. He knew it was a massive game, his first one with Jim McEwan. He didn't get the win. And I guess
first.
the one opponent you'd like to play. Is he struggling a little bit there? If it's just a little stretch or whatever, but was he touching on his knees or something there, Matt?
I think he was trying to
121.
stretch out the spine a little bit there. A bit of a... with the back, maybe.
100.
You tend to get this sort of tension in the back, don't you? And it gets a bit cracky and poppy at times.
I never used to until I hit the age of 40, and then was just a whole different ball game.
85.
Don't even mention 50. Did I tell you it's my birthday this week?
Only about 6 times today.
55.
Saving my present till tomorrow.
Got you a nice festive bake.
I bought you that.
Leonard's last score was 55. 40.
Do a quick amendment to the previous score. And about 100 points behind here. He's not at the races so far today.
100.
Just see himself, just trying to G himself up there.
$45.
Trouble with the last one. Would have left him on to finish the 170. Not got that same level at the moment, Leonard Gates, despite
60.
being ahead in this one. And that brings with it frustration. And you can see it in him at the moment. He just indicating there that he just feels he's not releasing correctly.
34.
He sense he's a complex character, is Leonard. I mean, is it hard to read what he's saying, or he's great
82.
in interviews, and but it looks like he's a real deep thinker in his preparation towards a game. And yeah, the MODUS Super Series hasn't been perfection for him so far. I guess he's learning every time he's here.
78. Leonard, you require 104. $52.
A chance for
Jan, you
Jan.
require 98.
A bit of a foothold in the game and to maybe give him something to build on. Unable to find the treble. So Gates could stutter and
48.
stumble himself into a 2-0
Leonard, you
lead.
require 52. $44.
Yeah,
Jan,
just
you require
the difference
50.
24 hours can make for Leonard Gates. He was unstoppable in the final couple of hours of his last 3 games yesterday, but a chance here for McIntosh. Big dart, you feel? And he's up
Game
to the
shot on
challenge. It's
second leg,
1-1.
Jan McIntosh.
So the opening couple of games yesterday for Leonard Gates, 78
Third leg,
and
it's
an
Leonard to
83
throw
average.
first.
After that,
Game
was
on.
running well over the 100 for the rest of the day. Maybe he's not a morning man.
Definitely pressing his back there, you can see it. And
41.
look, we all like our own bed, etc. And sometimes I used to go to some of the, especially in Europe, in Holland and Belgium, some of the beds were, you know, they never suited me. You know, you do prefer. And I'm just
82.
wondering if he's not had a good night's sleep or something, but something's bothering him. Certainly, it looks like it's in the lower back area.
Well, that's what you get when you're only willing to spend €20 on a room a night.
100.
Look after your pennies.
$85.
If Leonard Gates is to lose this one, how damaging would that be to his Group A campaign, considering that McIntosh at the moment,
85.
in terms of the table, would almost be a defeat. It would be like handicapping because everybody else has beat him so far.
Yeah, what you can't do is lose your first 2 games every day in Group A, and that's real potential here right now.
85.
Because McIntosh hasn't been playing today. A man who's played 6, lost 6. I mean, the averages are not great in this game, but
95.
previous match, it was a much, much better performance. I think 140 here would make it interesting.
$100.
When you see 180 Leonard Gates, all you're thinking is 140. Not ideal from the way his darts sit there.
Well, Gates did go off 1-4 favourite in
45.
this match.
Jan,
The
you
bookie's
require
not losing the faith at the
149.
moment. Still 2-5 on Leonard Gates, but you are on at that short price. You might be getting a little bit nervous at the moment because McIntosh here could set this up. And this will be an opportunity to break the throw here of Leonard Gates.
85.
We
Leonard, you
haven't
require
talked about Leonard
135.
who are finishing and knowledge around there. So 85 left. Definitely an area he's improving on.
105.
Definitely an area.
And you require 64.
How do I do it?
$48.
To redeem myself, Leonard
Leonard, you
leaving his
require
favourite
30.
double.
He went for the bull to leave 5.
$15. Jan, you require 16.
Well, after all that, McIntosh now 3 darts in hand to break the throw of Leonard Gates.
No score.
That's his campaign there in 3
Leonard,
darts
you
so far.
require 15.
Something that Matt Edgar alluded to in the start of today. He's had opportunities. He's not taken them. How many opportunities
Shot
do
on
you
the
give this
third
man?
leg,
Not too
Leonard
many.
Gates.
You're not going to get Leonard Gates playing like this too often. And Jan McIntosh has to take these chances. And
4th leg,
3
it's Jan
missed
to throw
darts.
first. Game on.
Once again, 1 from 7 in this, just running at 14% checkout ratio. That's the area he's got to improve on. Not doubting his scoring. And that's why
81.
Jan is here to find out a little bit more about himself. I think if he self-reflects and looks back, he's got to be more brutal at the end of legs.
60.
Leonard's not settled here. We've seen him promoting his Leonard Gates yoga DVD at the back of the stage. He's pulling on the shirt. He's fidgety. Yesterday, when he was back there was focus. Today, he's swaying around
140.
like he's in a fun house.
I think if he gets through this game, then see the best again from Leonard.
60.
Just for me, it's just one of them games where you have to win with your, well, let's say, can we say D- game? Because this is not the Leonard Gates who was hitting 111 average, 103 average. He was just a joy to watch at the back end of
40.
yesterday. But he'll have this game, and then once again, he'll have a good hour. And yesterday, he used that hour very, very well, very wisely.
140.
When you're playing well, you feel like the only thing that's in that room is that oki, the exclusion zone, and the tiny bit of space that you need to walk around. When you're not playing well, you notice how big the room is. And I feel like Leonard Gates at the moment is playing in the entire room.
85.
He's taking everything in. He's being aware of everything.
I think that's-
140.
if you are listening,
Jan, you
aspiring
require
dart players, I think that is
155.
brilliant analogy, good advice. The more focused you are, and if you can just concentrate on that oki, that dartboard, and everything else has to
59.
be irrelevant. Difficult
Leonard,
to
you
do.
require 101.
But if you can just find that zone, we talk about players loving 101. A different way of going. Seen it done before by a lot of the players. Again, not my
65.
favoured one.
Jan, you require 96.
More dart in hand for Jan.
Game shot on the 4th
Better
leg. Jan
for
McIntosh.
McIntosh. 96 finish. They're confidence building shots. Those sort of 2 dart combinations.
5th leg,
Is
it's
that
Leonard to
a
throw
potential
first.
turning point here for
Game
McIntosh?
on.
There's nothing in the averages, nothing in the scoring power pack, nothing in the checkout ratio. Now it's a best of 3 game, and as both
100.
players walk to the oki, I didn't expect to be saying that after 4 legs. This has not been a performance from Leonard Gates that'll be memorable, but the 2 points are the most important priority.
92.
Again, looking at your live in play here, Gates still available at 1-4, which
60.
means there's been no faith lost at all here in terms of this performance from Gates, or is it a case of no faith lost or no faith gained that McIntosh could be the man to capitalise?
81. $60.
the expectation of when he's going to settle.
80.
Is this the time? That's the perfect first dart, followed with a second.
140.
The beauty of a great play, that expectation when you're just waiting for that coil to spring. And as Jan McIntosh is just more workmanlike.
95.
That
Leonard, you
frustrates as a
require
dart player when you've just got
141.
someone biting at the ankles for Leonard Gates. And this is the type of player he is, from absolutely nowhere to produce a real big
129.
finish, and that
Jan, you require 153.
was very, very close. And these are the types of chances for Jan now. It's a big ask. Can't be done now. Chance for Gates.
40.
I mentioned a few times today
Leonard,
that
you
double
require
six is a
12.
really nice area of the board for dart players.
Game shot on the fifth leg. Leonard
Double three,
Gates.
the reason most people don't like to use it, it seems to be bailing people out.
Yeah, if we looked at all the statistics today, I
Sixth
think
leg.
double
It's
three
Jan
would be...
to throw first.
Can't
Game
remember
on.
it being missed. I know it's been hit a couple of times. I think that's the third time, but I don't think it's actually been missed. So Leonard Gates, by hook or by crook, has got himself into a 3-2 lead.
180.
Gates was the big 180 hitter yesterday. 11 maxes. McIntosh
140.
gets his 6th 180 of the week so far, and that's above a lot of players in this group. So no problems in terms of finding those big hits. Problem just continues to be
100.
closing out legs.
Yeah, there was a lot of games yesterday, 4-3. Haven't seen one. Yeah, but it's looking
83.
good here for Jan McIntosh. It's in his hands. Got a 50-point lead and the dart as well. This is what we call the setup play. Again, his counting hasn't been great today. And by
55.
staying there, left another bogey again, another area. So Jan is here to find out more about himself. You can just see the raised eyebrows there when he looks at the score. Well,
95.
sorry, Jan, but that's down to you.
I just can't take my eyes off Gates. He just keeps drawing my attention. He's looking at the dart in his hand. He's fiddly.
82.
He's fidgety. He's pulling at the shirt.
Yeah, absolutely not settled. And that's a lot down to the fact that Jim McEwan did do a number on him. And
89. Jan, you require 84.
I get the feeling with Gates, he just sort of throws to get the biggest score possible, and then whatever's left, he'll take it.
it's the soft tip part of him.
Shot on the
It was a
sixth
96
leg.
finish
Jan
in the last leg for
McIntosh.
Jan, nice and crisp. And an 84 there was clean as a whistle. Now our last
Seventh
leg
and final
shootout.
leg.
However,
It's Leonard to throw
Leonard
first.
Gates was the favourite going into it,
Game
and the
on.
fact that he has the dart in this last leg, and for me, the most important 3 darts of the match right now.
100.
He'll accept that. You've got to match it, Jan, or can you beat it?
3 really well thrown darts there from Leonard Gates. Needs to find a treble here, you feel, Jan.
30.
And that, the first 3 exchange, is a big advantage for Leonard Gates. 1 treble be more than enough in this situation.
100.
What is it about a last leg shootout, Matt? You just seem to find that focus. I thought it was a good analogy by you, the fact that he was looking all over the place, but it just seems to come up to life a little bit. He does want to see this, though, from Jan.
140.
Just like a little terrier, isn't he, for Leonard at the moment? He's just at those ankles, but still very much in the hands of Leonard.
In Leonard's hands, but Jan's got to keep himself in touch just in case
100.
Leonard makes a mistake, because this hasn't been picture perfect by any means here from Leonard Gates, and Jan's got to believe that an opportunity is going to present itself somewhere.
100.
Like I said, we have the luxury of seeing all the numbers, and you know the averages are rising up. The match has got better the further it's gone on.
60.
Yeah, when we talk about the nous and the board management, a lot of players were starting their 19s on 2-3-1 and incorporate the bullseye, but Jan's been very aggressive on that treble 20. He's putting himself in a good position here.
100.
Another treble loud have made it
Energy
very,
required,
very interesting. Still in the
141.
hands of Gates. He's first down to a finish.
I would like to have seen Jan switch there. A 19 or a bull would have given him a better opportunity than the one he's going to come back for. But it's going to be an opportunity. 76 here for Gates.
85.
Yeah, I like that last start.
Jan, you require
I
131.
do like that last start from Leonard. Just at least leave a 2-darter. 1-3-1's not easy. We know that. But he's in with a chance. 71. So treble 17 or treble 13 are the options. Went for that, and that's unlucky. You can leave a 1-darter.
80.
Well, he should have got the 14s there,
require
unless I was wrong.
56.
That's 54 left. I'll tell you what, a treble 20 there would have been interesting. But a chance for Gates. Hasn't been at his best.
46.
This would be for
Jan,
a
you require
surprise.
51.
Jan McIntosh has played 6 and lost 6 so far. He has a big chance for his first 2 points at the MODUS Super Series. Big, big dart.
11. Leonard, you require 10.
Said he needs to stay in touch in case an opportunity presented itself. It did. He had 2 darts. Will he get more?
Game
No.
shot. And the match. Leonard
It's
Gates.
more of the same for Jan McIntosh. He's played 7 games so far, lost all 7. He had a couple of match darts there at the end, but it's Leonard Gates who sort of stumbles over the line. He didn't have the focus, he didn't have the composure, but he's got a couple of matches now in order to try and find that. And those couple of matches will be featuring Jake McMillan and Johan Angstrom, who are coming up in our next match.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series from the live lounge here in Portsmouth in the United Kingdom, where the American Leonard Gates has got the better of the Faroe Islander Jan McIntosh in a last leg decider by 4 legs to 3. And a very good morning to those of you joining us from across the pond, where we're about to watch Canada's Jake McMillan in action here. He takes on the Swede Johan Angstrom in what is our 5th game of the morning session. And watching this one down in the commentary box, it's the 2-time WDF ranking event champion Matthew Egg goes alongside the former Premier League champion Glenn Durrant.
Thank you very much, Henry. And it's man of the moment, Jake McMillan up next. We've got a 2-point lead at the top. Been pretty faultless so far. They're a very nice guy, very well spoken against Johan Angstrom, who's had a bit of everything on debut here at the MODUS Super Series. Involved in every single potential leg of darts he could have played yesterday, and I thought he played okay despite a 4-0 defeat to James Richardson, who was excellent in his first game.
Game on.
So you would fancy the man in your picture right now in Jake. He'll be a favourite going into this match, but I wouldn't write off Johan just yet.
85.
Yeah, in this game, when, as we said, the distance yesterday, Jake just getting over the line in the end.
$59.
It was a real turning point for Jake McMillan yesterday. Went 3-0 down to Johan Angstrom yesterday.
57.
A sensational comeback to win that match. That must have given him some feel in that match.
And the thing was, at 3-0 up for Johan, I never felt confident he was going to cross the line because of how good Jake was
26.
looking at that point.
Well, all 3 players started incredibly well in their first games. I think all 6 could look in the mirror and say, yeah, I feel okay. However, that next game, Leonard Gates and Jan McIntosh, was a little bit disappointing. And both these are nervy darts from Johan Angstrom at the moment. That 140
41.
from Jake in his previous visit should settle him. He's total control of this leg right now.
I don't like to open the bag of ifs and buts too early, but
49.
we've got a scenario here that if Jake does go on to win this game, which the odds would suggest he will, would put him on to 12 points. Jim McEwan plays James Richardson next. If McEwan wins that, at roughly the halfway point, depending if your glass is half full or empty,
60.
Jake McMillan would go
Jake,
4
you
points
require
clear at the top of the table.
170. $134.
We talk about players being superstitious, Matt. I'm going to ask you a question in the next leg. I'm going to get you to look at Jake's flights as he throws darts at double 18 here.
59.
Give you
Jake,
a
you
little
require
scenario of what
36.
happened yesterday. Very aggressive, meaning he's at the 18 for the transition to double 9.
Game shot on the first leg.
Every question
Jake
that's been
McMillan.
asked of the man from Canada. Had the answer for us. But he does he's very superstitious, Matt. He likes to play with a Canadian colour
Second
flight
leg, it's Johan
of
to
2
throw
red
first.
and 1 white.
Game on.
And yesterday he had a scenario where he had a damaged flight. And I don't think he could find the colour that he wanted. Did you have superstitions when you're up there?
I
100.
didn't have superstitions as such, but actually a lot of the time this is quite a coachable factor when players have different coloured flights or bits of equipment that are different.
58.
Because when you're talking about that process from now, when he's taking his darts out the board, he can't affect the game in any way, shape or form. So the mind can often come up with conscious thoughts and conscious projections. The easiest way to stop that is by tasking
95.
the brain, giving it an activity to do to concentrate on so it doesn't start forward projecting. With that, you may have, for example,
140.
I'm going to go red, white, red in my hand, and you're organising that within the hand, which reduces the processing time. Now, it must be a superstition because otherwise you could just switch that to white, red, white. But isn't it right?
139.
Red, white, red on the Canadian flag? Is it to completely mimic that?
57. Johan, you require 167.
I'll give my answer in a second as Johan looks at this 167. It's been a much better leg from him. Treble 19. Would have been for the highest finish of the week so far.
95.
I'm not going to say this, but Jake is a long way back on 246. One of those legs that he needs to put away. But yeah, I mean, he's going red, red, white as he's throwing there. So
125.
that would be my only problem.
Johan,
If
you require
you want to know which
72.
dart that you want to throw. Johan looks at this 72. Seems to be the route many players are going. The dart the tops.
52. Jake, you require 121.
1-2-1 with your opponent on a finish. You have to go 11 bull or treble 11 double 14. I'm not going to be on
Game shot
social
on the
media
second
again, am
leg,
I?
Jake McMillan.
Because that's absolutely the right way to go there. Outstanding finish from Jake McMillan. That just seems to
Third
happen
leg
when you're
is
the
Jake
top
to
of the
throw
table,
first.
and you can see
Game
the
on.
shoulders sag for Johan Angstrom, who sat thinking about his double.
140.
And a double whammy is a 140 start.
Well, you say the shoulders sink, but this might be feeling more of the same for Johan, who lost his first game 4-0 as well to James Richardson. So yet to get a leg on the board today,
125.
which does start to build up the negativity. You start to then just get a leg on the board because it starts to build
125.
borderline embarrassment. Now, I'm not saying you should feel embarrassed. I'm saying as a player,
100.
you naturally start to become, because you start thinking what everybody else is thinking, or are we picking up on this fact now? Are the
134.
viewers picking up on this fact? What are your family and friends thinking when you're unable to pick up a leg, which looks like it's going to be 7 without reply right now, because Jake McMillan, 102 after just 9 darts thrown.
100.
Yeah, good point. Of course,
Jake,
he
you
was
require
3-0 down against
102.
Johan yesterday. I think he's got his number right now. Big 17.
62.
That's all very nicely. He's just getting better and better. Look at the speed he goes to the dartboard to get his darts out. Another indicator to me that he's feeling really good. And why not? Because in the in-play table right now, he's sat on 12 points.
75.
And what a debut
Jake,
so
you
far for
require
Jake.
40. Game shot on the third leg.
Beautiful.
Jake McMillan.
Outstanding. And look at the numbers that he's posting right now.
And I can tell you now, his partner's going to be
flag, it's Johan to
delighted
throw
to see
first.
that. I do apologise
Game
if you
on.
are watching. I didn't catch your name this morning from Jake, but he does tell us that his partner is with him and she wants to go see a bit of sightseeing. So a couple of days off is
140.
heavily encouraged here, the Thursday and Friday, to go round and see the sights of Portsmouth. So Jake has his orders.
Well,
Finish top.
99.
We didn't help though, did we? We said we want to go sightseeing if I was top of the group, and we both went at the same time. What, in Portsmouth?
They said they've been to the Spinnaker Tower, so we said you've done it all. You've seen everything.
58.
I said they want an open top bus with Henry Deacon, who lives in Portsmouth, of course, but of course he'd be working here. But I tell you what, Jake is
134.
working very, very hard right now on that dartboard. He is playing mighty fine and he's just popped over the 100 average mark right now. And that's the type of skills that you need for Saturday night as well. He's demonstrating to me he's got the most consistency out of the
133.
players right now. But I always feel the Saturday night is about the explosive players, the players who can, where it feels more of a
127.
knockout, and he's
Johan, you
demonstrating that
require
also.
107.
He's got the all-round package.
To
115.
add to his
Jake, you
ever-growing
require
column of tumpless
141.
finishes. This one would be for the match. Double 12.
Game shot
I am
and the match.
starting to run
Jake
out
McMillan.
of positive words here to say about Jake McMillan, other than the fact he is top of the table and opening up a gap. Another victory there of 4 legs to 0, an average of 103.66, showing that he has got gears. A 12 darter there to wrap that one up. 2 tumpless finishes. He is a serious, serious contender here, not only to Group A, but to this weekly title. Jim McEwan knows all about winning weekly titles. He's the big champion, the champion of champions, and he's up next against James Richardson.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. What a performance we saw before the break from Jake McMillan. A 4-0 win against Johan Angstrom. 2 ton-plus checkouts and a 12-darter to win the match. On your screen now is the defending champion, Jim McEwan, back in action. He kickstarted his day with a 4-2 victory against the American Leonard Gates. He takes on James Richardson in his second salvo of the day. And watching this one down in the commentary box is Matthew Edgar and Glenn Dutt.
Yeah, thank you, Henry, and very much looking forward to this game. Two players who I thought were outstanding in their opening games of the day. But just a quick word on our top of the table, Jake McMillan. And a great find again from Canada. Real welcome addition to the MODUS Super Series. Another sparkling performance, 103 average to beat Johan Angstrom 4-0.
First leg, it's Jim
sat
to
really
throw
good in the
first.
players' area. No
Game
doubt ready
on.
to watch this game. A lot of respect between these two players. Jim McEwan, doesn't he look focused today? Wow, he says with that first start, but a very, very impressive opening win.
123.
And I just sense that he feels it could be his day. However, then this man walked up and put another 4-0 victory in against Johan Angstrom, who's having one of those days of not being able to win a leg, despite the fact playing
88.
decent. It's just the
Yeah,
fact that both
86.
James Richardson and James McMillan have played well against him. But tough one to call, Matt.
Yeah, I think this is the sort of game we could play 100 times and it'd be
58.
50-50 in terms of the amount they win. It's just who's going to win this on the day. Two very evenly matched players here.
100.
There's not really much in terms of the form they're bringing into this that separates them either in terms of this group and this week so far.
$46.
I've seen both players on the professional tour with the PDC. Jim McEwan very much likes to travel and do his own things. I would often see him
43.
sat with the likes of Gary Anderson and A.D. Lewis on that table, whereas James Richardson, you just sense, you can just see him there bobbing his head up and down. Very reminiscent of someone who I commented on last time, David Evans, where he
100.
just loved to play darts. And every time he was on the professional tour, he just looked really, really happy to be there. Shared a stage with him at the European tour as well. And wow, we started off averaging 120 after 3 legs.
60.
The kind of brilliance that's in the armoury of James Richardson. But right now it's about Jim McEwan. He has the dart in this leg. 1-3-4, I guess, is the target here. But set-up play. Treble, you feel's important.
60.
Doesn't get a chance for James Richardson. What he'd give for a maximum here, Matt.
There are the times you really want to hit a maximum, and this is one of them. 212, 220. Another one where you can hit a big shot to leave a finish, but that is well off the radar
40.
at the moment. And
Jim, you require
I don't think he's worked that one out too well either. Keep your eye on James for the reaction. Still trying to work it out now.
Yeah, of course, it was a 19th
58.
that he wanted, but it happens to us all. And quick players feel like they've just got to throw a dart. And whereas I don't think Jim McEwan would have made that type of mistake. And what will frustrate him was that
100.
first dart going in.
Jim,
But
you
a chance of
require
McEwan.
56.
Always seems to be the way, doesn't it? But tops. For McEwan.
Game
And
shot
that
on the
always
first leg.
seems to
Jim
be the way
McEwan.
as well. When Jim McEwan's on those tops and tens, it's more likely to go than not.
Yeah, good
Second
shout,
leg,
Matt.
it's
I
James
think
to throw first.
you
Game
can
on.
assess Jim's game, how he's going to play if he's hitting those tops and tens. Ten's been very, very good to him today, this week. He just complements
140.
that nicely by hitting the double top as well. Just means that when you get down to that finish, the confidence goes as then you're working on this aspect of your game and you start finding that treble 20 regular.
140.
Certainly did in his first match. Remember 102.53. I thought that was going to be the average of the day. As we have a little look at that very free-flowing, relaxed James Richardson throw. And with the timing being perfect of him hitting a maximum. The much more methodical throw. You can just see that pullback. And that pullback is where the arms there, he brings that black, is a lot
60.
slower. And a lot of the quicker players where James just relies on rhythm. Bang, and then the next two, pop, pop.
65.
A very de-accelerated backswing, isn't there? There's not much acceleration there. It's not much rhythm. It's all from that deep set
96.
and push through.
And
James, you
I-
require 116.
Again, not about me, but I'm struggling to have that more methodical pullback, which I know I'm at my best when I have that.
76.
James Richardson would have been at best if he'd hit that tops there, but still looking good for 1-1. Just seems to happen, that, doesn't it, when you're virtually out of a leg? All it's doing
James,
there
you
is,
require 40.
James, you better hit this tops.
Game shot on the second leg. James Richardson.
I reckon if we left that camera angle on like that, we'd get 15-9 darters a day. Because people don't miss
Third
that
leg,
desired
it's Jim
target,
to
do
throw
they?
first. Game on.
Then it was going to be a good game, good battle roll. Absolutely nothing to separate them right now. Just the fact that Jim has the dart is something that's niggling in my mind.
140.
A tough man to break, isn't he?
Oh, absolutely. I've played Jim McEwan many, many times in this format, and the
123.
process of playing Jim McEwan starts from in the practice room when you look up and you see you've got him next and you think, oh no, I'm going to have to start practicing with a bit of a longer pause between my throws. Then you get on the stage, you think, right, I'm going to have to take a
60.
slightly longer walk just to try and fill as many seconds as I can to try and offset the extra time that Jim McEwan takes.
Now, I would rather have played Jim McEwan than James
135.
Richardson. That was, I guess we're all different. I used to like that couple of seconds there to gather my thoughts and get myself ready. But when you're playing Jim and you look up with that first dart and you just expect the rest to follow.
140.
Good game this again. Very enjoyable day of darts so far. And don't forget to give us a follow on social media at MSS Darts. Love to chat while I've got our social media
96.
guru in here in
Jimmy require
Matthew Edgar.
161.
Excellent knowledge of the game. So any questions that you have, happy to give our opinions as Jim McEwan looks at 161.
He has done that already today. He won the last match with a 161 finish. Wasn't able to repeat the feat on that occasion.
83.
But
James, you
what's
require
harder, a 9 dart or a
147.
147?
Not go there.
Talk about a topic that
59.
opens a can of worms.
Jimmy require 78.
Not as bad as the 10 best players of all time, but we'll save that for another one. Double 12 here for McEwan. Good fight this.
Game shot on the
Good
third
game.
leg.
Two
Jim
players
McEwan.
at the top of the game right now. Both opened up with wins in their first games of the day. You can just see
Fourth
James
leg, it's
deep
James to
in
throw
thought. He
first.
knows it's going with throw
Game
right
on.
now. The only thing that'll be just in the back of his mind is, I'm going to have to break this, man. That's easier said than done. But the
100.
focus must be, let me hold my throw first.
$60.
And when you've got the advantage of the throw in the game, you know you don't have to go out and seek that throw break somewhere. So when you're holding as comfortable as Jim McEwan is, you can almost take this leg as a bit of a freebie. It doesn't matter
58.
what James does. If I get an opportunity, brilliant. But if it doesn't present itself, it's not the plan A.
Absolutely. 100%. That's exactly the thought process, I think. I'm sure that's exactly
140.
the thought of Jim McEwan right now. And it just means that that tension that we have in your body just sort of relaxes a little bit. But this is good response here from James Richardson.
140.
Well, yeah, I've been spoiled with some fantastic darts today.
$45.
Here's a question for you. So it was the quietest players area I've seen it at the Motor Super Series. Today, the music is blasting next door.
133.
Who do you think's brought the music in out the six players?
I'd go with James. I think it'd be James that would be the one that would just want a bit more life in there and a little bit more excitement, shall we say, in the practice room.
140.
My favourite music was
James
Andreas
requires
Harrison's, but
70.
And maybe the next leg. He's going to get a dart at tops. And he's going to get a dart for 2-2. I think it deserves to go all the way this game.
Game shot on the 4th leg. James Richardson.
Real quality from both players. And once again, very direct on the tops there. Very aggressive.
5th leg. It's
Absolutely
Jim to
plumb
throw first.
in the middle of tops.
Game
Now
on.
is the time to break, he's thinking. Jim McEwan's thinking, well, I'm holding me throw well. Can that continue? Well, with darts like this, James doesn't look.
108.
And that's a sinking feeling when you hear that when you don't watch the darts going. You're praying to hear 45.
58.
And he won't be used to players hitting 180s against him after playing Matthew Edgar last week in Ireland. After that one-liner there, please be a 9.
140.
Just following the trend here, isn't it, of Jim McEwan just being so dominant on his own throw. But this is going to be
100.
something that Jake McMillan is going to be really, really happy with, because a result here for Jim McEwan will mean after 7 laps of fixtures, McMillan would be 4 points clear at the top of the table.
127.
Yeah, was going for the treble 7 there, which many players are doing now when they want 61. Richardson's already thinking of the next leg. You can just see the fight
41.
resign them that he's
Jim
going to lose
require
this leg,
54.
but still plenty of fight in the tank just yet. McEwan's so good on tops and 10s. You'd expect it to go.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Jim McEwan.
7 darter for Jim McEwan. So
leg, it's James
solid
to
on
throw
his own
first.
throw.
Game
Dominant. Professional performance from McEwan.
100.
We talk about practice room leaders. I don't really see one in this group.
I would have said Leonard Gates, but until you get to know him, I think these players are letting the darts do the talking today.
41.
Not the champion for nothing. Going to take some beating here, he feels. Just beginning to mortar into his
81.
gears right now. And look, overnight is probably going to be Jake McMillan, but don't write off this man. I said the winner of McEwan and Gates' first
58.
game, I feel, would go through the card, and I'm going to stand by that.
McEwan with the scoreboard advantage, despite the fact he's thrown less darts. Means he could be playing into a
44.
chance here of getting that break, but opportunity there for McEwan. Richardson needs to find a couple of trebles. Argument there, he could have been switching with dart 2.
145.
No, I didn't often change on that 3-2. I can understand why James went that way, but it was an area of the game that I didn't always get right. Usually when that first dart of Jim's goes in that left-hand section of the treble, the others follow. Excellent board management.
125.
Fantastic last dart.
James, you require
Gets
157.
to a stage where you feel this 157 has to go. Will it go? A nod of appreciation there from Jim McEwan.
Jim, you require 71.
If he just falls short and a chance for McEwan to take this enthralling game. He's 54, so he's just double checking there, but he'll be looking at the big 14 with his next dart. Mustn't think of the tops at this point. Now it's total focus on the tops for the match.
31. James, you require
One match
40.
dart come and gone for McEwan. And Richardson with a handful of darts now to take us all the way to a last leg shootout. We are going all the way, but for James Richardson, you feel he's going to have to find something big at this point, because Jim McEwan, on his throw, has shown no signs of wilting.
Leg. It's Jim to throw first.
However,
game on.
It's now a last leg shootout. Now you've got to just factor in the thought that you're knowing. He is thinking, I've had no problems at all on my throw.
100.
A very mature last dart, and for James Richardson, just got to let them fly.
100.
Both players finding a treble with the last dart. You tend to find that the confidence growing darts, and when they come earlier in the three, especially in our last leg shootout, because it just builds that
81.
anxiety and that tension.
I want to say neither player wavering. Had his Vindaloo last night and he's been red hot today as James Richardson.
58.
This is why these players are here. You are buying match practice. Every single leg in the bank is the thought process will be on the lakeside. Jim McEwan just looks so good.
180.
That's a 180. The last three legs for Jim McEwan when the business end has struck.
140.
He's got himself
Team
6
you
darts
require
here at 140 for the match. A ton here will be more than enough for McEwan. Just one treble to leave him on his preferred area of the board on tops.
100.
Classy dart. Most beautiful dart, because even a big 20 there, I think that was the decider for this one. And I think that last dart from McEwan is the reason why James has done exactly that
29.
with the 3 darts there.
Jim, you require 40.
Job done so far for Jim McEwan. Can he execute? Never misses double 10.
Game shot.
Was there an
and the
argument
match,
not to go
Jim
for the double
McEwan.
5? Absolutely not. Jim McEwan is absolutely flying today. It was majestic from McEwan. And James Richardson put in a mighty fine performance himself in a very, very enjoyable game. And just look at those numbers. Jim McEwan had 102.53 in the first match and 99.42. The champion is back. And next up, it's Johan Angstrom against Leonard Gates.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break we saw the defending champion Jim McEwan make it 2 wins from 2 to kickstart his day, getting the better of James Richardson by 4 legs to 3, average just under a ton, 3 180s in there as well. These are results from the day's action so far, and the story of the day has to be Jake McMillan. 2 wins from 2 himself, including 103.66 average and 2 ton plus checkouts, and getting the better of Johan Angstrom by 4 legs to 0. So those are the results. This is how the table occupies itself, and as you can see, Jake McMillan really is stretching out the lead at the top of the pile, the Canadian, from James Richardson and Jim McEwan in second and third respectively. Leonard Gates there as well on 8 points, and the American ace is in action up next. He takes on the super Swede in Johan Angstrom. And watching this one down in the commentary box, it is the 2-time WDF ranking event champion Matthew Edgar and the former Premier League champion Glenn Durrant.
Yeah, thank you very much, Henry. And I was just looking at the stats there for Johan Angstrom, who's just walking behind Leonard right now. He's averaged 93.45 and 87.33. Very acceptable start of the day. Yet to win a leg of darts here on Tuesday. It's been a phenomenal performance so far from the majority of the players. We have just witnessed Jake McMillan and Jim McEwan just playing really sublime darts and just peppering and going over the 100 average with
First
real
leg,
regularity.
it's Johan
And
to throw first.
the kind of darts.
Game on.
That man in your picture, Jack Gow, will be really enjoying refereeing. It was round about now that Leonard Gates come to the party yesterday. In game 3, he really started to provide his best dart. And I think he may want to put a performance on now just to let
60.
Jake and Jim McEwan know that he still feels he is the man. How do you read it, Matt?
Well, we spoke a lot in that
100.
last game about the advantage of throw that was in play for Jim McEwan. Can Johan Angstrom use that advantage of throw that he's going to have here against Leonard Gates and continue the pattern and the trend in which we've seen so far, where 5 of our
100.
first 6 games have gone with the player throwing first, really emphasising how important that advantage can be, throwing first in such a short format game like
135.
first to 4.
This time it's a much better start. I know it's only 6 darts thrown from Leonard, but he started extremely slowly in the leg ones and maybe took the leg
60.
one performance into the rest of the game. And Johan will be thinking, why does everyone play their good darts against me?
128.
Let's go back to that interview that Leonard Gates gave this morning with Henry Deacon, and he spoke about the pressure comes from himself. Is there any pressure from himself on the back of losing the first 2 games yesterday and then being a
24.
completely different
Leonard,
player
you
in the
require
second half of the day?
138.
Was there pressure from himself not to repeat the feat?
Yeah, it was a question that was asked in the interview as well, like you said, and he used that 1 hour
98.
in between there to remind himself why he's here, to get any thought of tiredness and to start producing his best darts. And he's had that hour again since his last darts. Now, he's won 1 of those 2 games today,
26.
but nowhere near the levels
Leonard,
he's
you
at.
require 40.
I think he's had that same talking to himself, because double top here.
Game shot on the first leg.
A
Leonard
beautiful 14 dart at the start. His best leg of starting his matches today. And Johan, that's 9 legs
Second
today on the
leg, it's
spin. You
Leonard
can
to
just see
throw
the little
first.
shake of the head there, because he's
Game
not
on.
playing badly going into this game. However, Leonard Gates has broken through very early, job done, and he just relax and just let the darts fly. Like they
61.
can.
It's got to be concerning for Johan here, who can't get a leg on the board today. And when you can't get a leg
59.
on the board, at winning a match feels so far away, which just builds up its own sort of anxieties.
100.
And it's not that he's missing lots of darts at double either. He's just been outscored here so far by the players he's come up against. He's only had 6 darts at a double throughout the entire day.
100.
And knowing Johan like I do, he's, like I said, he's not playing badly today. He's just walked into 2 plays so far,
140.
playing their real B and A game. Leonard Gates, this is his best performance of the day so far, averaging well over the 100 mark very early in the infancy of this match.
137.
Henry
100.
Gates right now he's He's finding, without needing the darts in the ideal place, he's finding ways around the darts that are blocking, and that's a good sign when players are starting to be able to play around
60.
obstacles.
Energy
Very
require
reminiscent of
100.
yesterday when he was doing the hop, skip and jump across the yockage. I think he's a guy that relies on that rhythm. Usually
Takes on the
relies on
second leg,
hitting
Leonard
the doubles
Gates.
very, very nicely, and that's part of his game, is why he's such a winner. I just get my notes out when it's down to a double and
Third leg, it's Johan to throw
start writing
first.
W for winning
Game
of that
on.
leg. That's the confidence I have when he wants that outer ring. He's superb normally. That little shake of the head
41.
from Johan is the fact that he's lost 10 legs on the spin. It just feels like everything's against him. You just feel like the whole stage is closing in on you. And
59.
it's tough out there. It's a real individual sport. The highs are unbelievable, but the lows can really, really hurt. You can just see he's fighting with himself there.
36.
Starting to lose the line quite regular now. That vertical line, the thing that you learn first when you're playing darts, basically to throw straight.
134.
When that starts to go off, that's because you're almost just pushing a little bit, putting a bit too much wrist in the throw, holding onto it a bit long, which will just make the thumb flick.
59.
And he has got, like something you pointed out very early in his first game, yes, quite a unique way of holding a dart as Johan. There's a couple of them fingers not really doing anything, just seems to sit
81.
it between the thumb, the first two fingers. You can see there, it's just that throw hasn't changed an awful lot over the years.
100.
Rated Johan so much. I remember at the first round of a pairs, it was me and Jamie Hughes representing England
131.
against Daniel Larsson and Johan Angstrom, and we even said in the fit, if we can get past the Swedes, we can go on and win it.
133. Leonard, you require 96.
Big shot there for Johan to set himself up on a finish, but Leonard Gates is not passing up any
Gates on the
opportunities,
third
and he
leg,
doesn't pass
Leonard
up an
Gates.
opportunity here to break the throw of Johan. 14 darter there for Leonard Gates, who is hitting that mode
Fourth
exactly
leg is
the
Leonard
same
to throw
point he did
first.
yesterday. Game
Game
number
on.
3. Ran for most of the match over 100 average, and he is doing the same again here.
Well, what me and Matt normally do after plays,
45.
sit and do some number crunching and looking at the daily averages, and tell you what, so far so good for this one, because barring game 4, the game between Leonard Gates and Jan McIntosh, the averages are
134.
fantastic, well above average. A nice little 100 average here from Leonard Gates is keeping that going as well. It's been a phenomenal day so far.
100.
What is Johan thinking though here though? He's probably playing better today than he did yesterday, where he managed to pick up 3 victories, but he's yet to win a leg today, and he's played 11.
Yeah, forget the dart on that. Just look at the head shaking.
100.
It's normal. It's natural. It's how you feel. And like you said, that sort of rock and roll motion of Leonard Gates, and something Matt picked on. It's
60.
usually when he's at his best, when he's dancing around the hockey and just trying to bend it behind the first dart that's been thrown. I'd love to work with Johan and just keeping that body. See that forward rotation that he has.
21.
Something that I don't like. It's not the sense that it doesn't breed success. It means for me, if your replication is key, you've got to have that forward motion exactly the same time. So you're looking
60.
at releasing the dart at the same point every single time in the same area.
One of those things as well that if you rock a bit too far forward, it's going to bring
140.
everything lower, which means you've got to regain that height, and ultimately that's when the shoulder's going to start coming into the action. And with this very loose and peculiar grip, we're going to then start to see the dart
59.
kicking in the board.
Johan, you require 106.
Well, been 11 legs without success for Johan today, but it's his to lose from here. 86 means treble 18.
70.
Seen a few players go for that bull. My argument on that would be treble 18 is so much bigger than that bullseye.
And the miss is a lot more forgiving as well, but
137.
now it's under pressure.
Johan,
Can
you
Johan get
require
his first
36.
leg of the board of the day? His first start at a double in this game.
Game shot on the
Yes,
fourth
he
flag.
can.
Johan
Fair play to
Angstrom.
Johan Angstrom. Like I said, we've talked about his game an awful lot. We can both see enough credit that he's actually
Fifth
playing
leg, it's
okay
Johan to
today.
throw first.
Sometimes you've just got to
Game
give
on.
credit to your opponents, and you know they've been playing really well. I've been impressed with Leonard Gates. That was his worst leg of the match. You know, if Johan was involved in a game yesterday where he was 3-0 up and lost 4-3. It's funny how
60.
darts has that turnaround and things happen to you the next time. Well, it would be a major shock if he can take 4 legs on the spin against Leonard. But he's got to start.
41.
Well, Johan's very aware that games can turn around. He had a game turned around against him yesterday, the man top of the table, Jake McIntosh. Jake McMillan have just merged 2
100.
people together there.
Yeah, there's too many Macs, isn't there? I was getting me McEwans, me McMillans, and me MacIntoshes.
And 5 of the players start with the letter
100.
J.
$60.
Sometimes you throw 3 darts well thrown and you don't get the rewards. That's exactly what's just happened to Johan. Then you turn round and you see your opponent do that.
180.
And boy, does it hurt.
$100.
So a little bit of time here for Gates. Got this setup shot. He'd love a 140.
$60.
Almost threw himself at the dartboard there with that last dart.
Yeah, and like you said, I talk about the forward motion not being great for Johan. It's a positive sign with Leonard. Like I said, when he's doing his
45.
John Henderson
Leonard to
impression,
require
I
120.
think that's when he's actually at his best. So go figure.
75.
There's that touch of
Johan, you
frustration
require
there for Gates. Not because he missed that,
136.
but because of how the day's been going so far for him. And he'll just want to put an end to this one and not give opportunities to Johan, who went for the double-double.
96.
Yeah,
Leonard
very
to
modern way
require
of going, but
45.
first dart did look inviting, but all about Gates right now. We'll talk about
Game
how
shot
good he is
and
on
the
the
match,
double, and once
Leonard
again
Gates.
proves that another solid performance from Leonard Gates against the luckless Johan Angstrom's thinking, what do I need to do today to get a win? And Leonard Gates just puts himself back in the mix. He's got those levels. He's an incredible player. And at ease, a 94.81 average. It just petered off at the end. Another 100 check out there. Leonard Gates is still got all the qualities to play a major role this week. As next up, it's McIntosh against Jim McEwan.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Jim McEwan is in action next. Our defending champion takes on the man from the Faroe Islands, MacIntosh. But before the break, we saw the American Leonard Gates continue to go through the gears, a 94.81 average and a 4-1 victory against the Swede Johan Angstrom. That now means that he has won his last 2 matches after losing out to Jim McEwan in that opening game of the day. But it is McIntosh and McEwan next up for us, and that's being watched by Matthew Edgar and Glenn Durrant.
Thank you, Henry. Yeah, it does feel like a real David and Goliath, this match. I feel that Jim McEwan is really playing really solid darts today. Just
First
looks
leg,
like
it's Jan to throw first.
he's really angry at his
Game
performance
on.
yesterday, and he's been really superb today. You have seen Jan looking a lot better, just not getting the results. And I've said it a few times, he just keeps walking into players who are banging form and just getting the wrong players at the wrong time. But Jan's shown us enough today to say that he shouldn't be a player on 0 points after 7 matches. He is getting opportunities, Matt, but just not taking them. But what a start to this match.
45.
Yesterday, 7 successful hits from his 46 darts he thrown at a double. Today, 5 hits from 24, so it's an improved percentage.
45.
But overall, he's going to have to double the amount of successful hits with that same sort of amount of darts if he's going to be competitive here at the Super Series.
Yeah, it's the timing, though. I mean, he had match darts in his last
93.
game. Said it's when you're searching for that first one, it just seems to get more and more difficult. And you walk to the stage again, it's probably the most informed player today.
He's representing
45.
a developing nation in terms of darts, and maybe that brings its own pressures as well. We saw what it did to the likes of Max Hopp in terms of the pressure of carrying the weight of Germany on his shoulders.
Yeah, I know you
60.
spoke very passionately about your time when you went to Iceland, and maybe they're just the next countries, you know, someone coming from, I always said, imagine a really top player, like what Suzuki did, coming from Asia,
60.
a male player, really sort of beginning to dominate the steel tip, or someone from Scandinavia. You've seen the passion at first sight yourself in Iceland, and something that you mentioned yesterday, 3 to 5 years, someone will come through the pack in one of them countries and
32.
become a real elite player in the world of dart. It's so global these days that the success of the North Americans, and you know, once again, Jake McMillan today has been brilliant.
135.
Use a phrase here that is not a prediction by me. That is a spoiler.
180.
Well, that's a bit of a spoiler for Jan. Like you
Jan,
said,
you require 36.
he's getting opportunities.
Game shot on the first leg. Jan
And he takes one.
McIntosh.
That is a solid start to this match. 17 dart. A little shake of the head there from Jim.
Second leg, it's Jim to throw first.
When Jim
Game on.
played his last game, it was all about having the throw. It's roles reversal this time, and it's Jan that holds his throw there. Jim's got a clear strategy now. He's got to hold his own throw
55.
and attack Jan's. That's spoiler word as well. That's something that Jan could do now, because he can still have a major effect the way this league finishes. He takes out a real big name, i.e.
59.
Jim McEwan. It would certainly help the likes of Leonard Gates and Jake McMillan.
$57.
Is there also the argument here that the players are sort of aware that McIntosh is bottom of the table and not picking up results and starting to think, that's me points there? But actually, when
85.
we come to it, McIntosh is playing an increased level of performance that it may cause a little bit of panic, because you know yourself, sometimes when you're playing a player and you expect to beat them and then they sort of hit you with a few things, it can
100.
set you back a little bit.
Yeah, I don't think Jan's playing like a player who's played 7, lost none. It's just maybe just lacking a bit of consistency over the full 4 to 7 legs. He's showing signs that his scoring's good enough. He
140.
opened this match up with a 180. He's not in control of this leg, but he's 60 points ahead, and it's Jim McEwan doesn't find a treble here. Jan's got a good chance of leading 2-0, but he just
99.
doesn't look like he's lost the faith. Like I said, when we spoke to him yesterday, just sense he was just happy to be here. Just be happy to be the first player from the Faroe Islands to be here at the MODUS Super Series, and maybe reality's kicking in. Just remember, the guy that beat Scott Williams, a phenomenal player, now a professional player at the World Cup. So, you know, the game is there.
140.
Just have one
Jan, you
question
require
mark that
106.
still has not been answered with McIntosh, and that's when the opportunity presents itself, can he cross the line? It's tops to cross the line in regards to a breaker throw of Jim
Game shot on
McEwan,
the
and
second
that
leg,
is
Jan
potentially the
McIntosh.
moment for Jan McIntosh where he arrives here at the Super Series. A huge 160
Third
to
leg,
break
it's
the
Jan
throw
to
of
throw
McEwan,
first.
the champion of champions,
on.
our main champion here at the moment. What a moment for McIntosh.
Yeah, penny for your thoughts, Jim McEwan, because I feel that Jim thought, well, I've got the hard work done. Them opening 2 games
100.
were very tricky in Leonard Gates, James Richardson. And then when you walk up against a player who hasn't won a game yet, not that he's took it too lightly, you've got to give it a credit to someone who's sat on a finish.
120.
Your opponent checks out on a 160, then you get the sense of, why is he doing this against me? Why is his first win against... Like I said, you've got to try and eradicate all them thoughts that's going in your mind and just focus on the
78.
job.
There's that big question mark over Jan at the moment. Can he cross the line? Well,
100.
we might be seeing that here against Jim McEwan. We may see another opportunity for Jan McIntosh to get his first points on the board. He did have match starts yesterday. He's had match starts today.
100.
Oh, and if you just got a side on view of that last start there, that's what I've been searching for, Jan. Hoovering the carpet with his last dart. Those fingers, the extension, everything was so right.
100.
Jim McEwan's such a fighter, isn't he? The quality that he has. Very tall guy, but he decides to have that front elevation as if he's going from 6'10" to 5'5" by bending down to have that
85.
elevation. Whereas a lot of the tall players like your Van der Voort, your Barneys, they use that height.
Look at the scoreboard here to see to come away, but 19's ball options here for McEwan.
105.
Option to set that
Jan,
up
you
for
require
potential
138.
2-darter there. Can McIntosh hit McEwan again with another big haymaker?
$41.
Well, in the end, it
Jimmy
turned out just to be
requires
no
76.
haymaker, just a little jab. Chance for McEwan to get on the board. This would be for a breaker throw. You look at the 16 bed. Gets it. 4 tops. Still fiddles with the dart a little bit.
36.
That could be on your mind when it just doesn't
Jan, you
sit
require
nicely.
97.
And a chance for McIntosh. Surely if you can do a 160, Jan, a 97 should be straightforward.
Well, it wasn't just a jab, it was a jab into the gloves. It was a jab that didn't land. Left him with lots to do.
47. Jimmy require
McEwan comes
40.
back to a preferred area of the board to get that breaker throw back at the earliest possibility.
Game shot on the third leg. Jim McEwan.
Now for McIntosh,
Fourth leg. It's Jim
just
to
took
throw
out that
first.
big 160.
Game
He's
on.
got that breaker throw. And then you lose it straight back. It almost feels like the 160 was for nothing.
Yeah, and something you sort of mentioned there, does he start thinking,
134.
like I said, when you put yourself in a good position, we haven't got the confidence that he can see out. Yeah, but one word for Jim McEwan was patient. He didn't panic when it went down to 2-0.
140.
Like I said, when you look at the characteristics and the attributes of the perfect player, one thing he knows he's got is real tenacity, real fight. He's never beat. Threw a few darts yesterday, which disappointed me in a sense that
140.
he'd given up in that sense. I just walked into the area today and I thought, wow, he means business.
Well, let's put a bit more credit on McIntosh's performance here, because it's not that he's beating Jim McEwan because McEwan's dropped off. McEwan's averaging nearly 95 here in this match.
$60.
Yeah, McIntosh's next game is against Johan Angstrom. Who would you make favourite for that game? The guy who's on 0 points, the guy who's won 1 leg today. There's a poser for you.
On the basis of what we've seen so far today, I like McIntosh. I think he's getting closer and closer to the finishing line. And he's playing well here after having his throw broken. 3 big scores of a ton plus. And he's got a chance
39.
here at the 126.
Yeah, and you require
potentially
126.
with 6 darts.
Yeah, 126 means the 19s. He hasn't always gone the right routes this week. So that leaves 88. So the option of treble 20 or treble 16.
58.
He'll take that. They were
Jimmy
well
require
thrown darts.
128.
128. He'd expect to be back. He will be back.
Scratching his head. He's a bit puzzled here, is McEwan.
34. Jan, you require 68.
Not left himself too handy here. McIntosh. Opportunity. 53.
13 or 17. There's the 13 right smack bang in the middle.
48.
It's
Jimmy
a little bit
require
low there.
94.
Now, if it's roles reversal, you're top of the league. You don't fancy this 94 to go. I think Rihanna's probably thinking, I won't be back, but he will be
54.
back. Now, we've talked an awful lot
Jan, you
about this
require
moment. He's
20.
putting himself in excellent positions like this. 3 darts in his hand to hit the double. So far, he hasn't been able to execute and see the legs out.
10.
There you
Jimmy
go.
require 40.
There was the problem. The problem that's been there for Jan McIntosh. The misery compounded once again.
Game shot on the 4th leg.
McEwan
Jim
levels us
McEwan.
up. Opportunity for McIntosh there to break the throw and give himself 2 chances with darts to get the match won.
5th leg.
Instead,
It's Jan to throw
It's
first.
as we were at the start,
Game on.
but best of 3.
Yeah, Jan could be on 6 points. Had match darts in a couple of the games and put himself in fantastic positions in others.
55.
That is an area when it comes down to the real nitty gritty. Got dart in his hands to see out a leg. Just doesn't happen. And when you're thinking that I've been in this position before and couldn't see it out,
140.
I said that's what we talk about. What's going through the dart player, the mind of a dart player.
I'm not sure a lot of people would want to know the answer to that
100.
one. It's a very dark and mysterious place.
Yeah, big well done to Luke Humphreys, by the way. 2 major titles in a space of a couple of weeks. I mean, his headspace must be just
85.
nothing but positivity. Arguably, would you agree, the best player in the world right now?
I would like to know who you'd put up against it if someone was to debate that. It's easy to look at it and go,
100.
no, but okay. If you're going to say no, who do you oppose that statement with? And I don't think there's a legitimate argument at the moment.
Can he win the Worlds? I mean, not. Yeah, of course he can. Do you
77.
think he'll win the Worlds this year?
I find it hard to argue it. That's where he is at the moment. It's very hard to debate, and I
140.
do believe he's now been installed as the favourite on the sportsbook as well.
Yeah. Just getting to that time of the year when everyone just
59.
loves the game of dart.
Yeah, and
The
you require
casual darts fan
106.
comes to join us as well. And if you're joining us, then it's been a difficult couple of days for Jan McIntosh. He'll get to register a couple of
58.
points. And
Jimmy
once
require
again,
140.
puts himself in a position to win a leg of darts. Will he be back? Maybe. Possibly. No, I don't
Game
think
shot
so,
on the
because the
fifth
champ
leg, Jim
is in
McEwan.
town. What a finish that is. Jan McIntosh will be thinking, what do I need to do?
Sixth leg, it's Jim to throw first.
Disappointed in you, Glenn.
Game on.
Disappointed. You had the chance there to say the champ is here. The big wrestling fan you are.
60.
Our wrestling goes back to 1990s, though.
125.
If you've never ever watched, there's something on YouTube where I think it's what's it labelled on YouTube? It's a Glenn Durrant v Matthew Edgar by Dan Dawson. My first question was, name 20 wrestlers in 30 seconds.
70.
Talking bull. It was
No, true. I'm telling the truth.
it was probably one of my favourite segments ever. That day was such a laugh. I remember that actually because I believe you was wearing my mum's dinner table.
121.
Actually, it wasn't a very nice day for me. If you remember, I was going out with that zookeeper, and then I found out she was a cheater.
$100.
Oh.
$121.
Once again, McIntosh's scoring power. And what Jim's thinking there's 271. If you bring the 19s into the equation and hit the treble, now a single here. However, that's the plan A.
133.
Good thinking by Jim
Jan, you
McEwan.
require
And interesting, right at
134.
the last moment, he was ready to go for treble 20.
$80. Jim, you require 138.
Look what McIntosh has left. Another two-darter. Does like that
94.
treble 18 on a 62.
Jan,
That
you
would leave
require
double 4.
54.
McIntosh, how many times? This time it's tops.
14. Jim, you require 44.
To his favourite double.
$24.
Not to beat.
Jan, you require 40.
And can McIntosh go all the way? Doing everything right. The focus in the eyes, the desire.
Game shot on the
This
sixth
time
leg.
he takes
Jan
it all the way. And
McIntosh.
fair play to Jan McIntosh, man. He's not gone his way the past couple of days. Good sportsmanship there from the champ.
Seventh and final leg.
And he
It's
kick
Jan
into
to
this
throw
last leg.
first.
Good game.
on.
Good day.
I think a lot lies on these first three darts here for McIntosh.
Not a good sign he's gone low.
45.
And Jim McEwan will just say, hello, thank you very much. That's an invitation for me to step in here, try and take a bit of control on this match.
140.
That's what good players do. He has been good. I mean, very solid, Jim. But Jan's put him under a lot of pressure. But good players just find ways of winning.
85.
Absolutely, Jan's put him under pressure in this one when we said the scoring's not really been a problem for him. 15 scores of a ton plus or more here for Jan McIntosh, but what Jim's showing us here, it's not about how many you hit, it's when you hit them.
100.
Back in the treble 20 bed, and for the figure of repeat myself, today has been marvellous darts.
140.
Yesterday, I just felt it was very competitive. Sporadic moments of brilliance. Every game at the conclusion, I'm thinking, that was a good game, that. This fits that category. Jim McEwan was a big favourite less than 10 seconds ago.
22.
Now McIntosh is favourite for this match. Can he play the setup player again? Decides not to use the 19s bed. needs a treble.
60.
Another criticism for Jan is to get better. I think his board management can be better. If he's going to look at himself. And McEwan leave 140. It was a deciding factor. It's not to be.
44.
Chance McIntosh.
This is just a typical last leg decider where you go, he's the favourite. Then no, he's the favourite. No, he's the favourite. It's like a child watching a horse race where they always pick the one that's in front and they go, I want that one. No, I want that one.
It's like the Chuckle Brothers right now, but it's Jan McIntosh who's put himself in pole position. We labelled it David versus Goliath. Little reminder here from McEwan. McIntosh has been in this position before. He's had match darts this week to win games. He hasn't succeeded. He's up against the in-form Jim McEwan. 3 darts at tops. Bends the wire. McIntosh finally gets his first 2 points, and it's up against the champion, that is Jim McEwan. Big smiles all round, and the man from the Faroe Islands. Fair play to you, young man. That was a really, really good performance. And from Jim McEwan, he felt like he's done the hard work in his first couple of games. But Jan McIntosh, it was a deserved victory in the end. Some beautiful demonstrations of finishing. 140 from McEwan. That beautiful 160 from Jan McIntosh. He finally gets 2 points. And another big game just keeps on coming. Next is James Richardson against Jake McMillan.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. So before the break, we saw Jan McIntosh pick up his first win of the week as he got the better of Jim McEwan by 4 legs to 3. Next up for us, it is Jake McMillan, who's been in ultra sharp form so far this week, taking on James Richardson. And this is being watched by Glenn and Matt.
Thank you, Henry. Ultra sharp form indeed for Jake McMillan, who just seems to be getting better and better. We was impressed with him yesterday. He came in today and he's rose it again, near 91 average in his opening game. Followed that up with a 103.66 in
First
the
leg,
last.
it's James to throw first.
That's given him 4
Game on.
points for the day. Add those to the 8 of yesterday's, top of the table by 12. James Richardson needs to win this to keep grips on Jake McMillan. Don't let him
121.
kick off at the top of the table and don't give him the opportunity to open up that gap, because this would be a
59.
6-point gap after 8 fixtures, which can be quite hard to turn around when we've gone past that halfway point.
I mean, my assessment
45.
is we're seeing the brilliance from Gates, we're seeing the brilliance from Richardson and Jim McEwan, but they seem to be losing. Wow, just the
57.
one person who's remaining consistent is Jake McMillan. And a big win against James Richardson here. And like I said, it could be pretty decisive.
Consistent. That's the one
60.
word I use all the time whenever asked about what it takes to be successful here at the Super Series. Consistency.
46.
You mentioned earlier, when you get to a Saturday night, you need to be explosive. You need something in there to separate you from the field. And Jake has shown us he's got that now.
140.
Top level darts. Leveled at consistency.
99.
Doesn't need to start the bull on 135 with your opponent on 240. Very sensible play from James. However, get to a stage where you wish you'd gone that
60.
way, but he'll take that. He'll fancy his chances that he's going to get at least a dart at a double.
100. James, you require 75.
Definitely been the slowest start from Jake over the past day and a half. Get to a stage now where we're expecting him to flourish in every game.
Game shot on the
But when you're
first
up against
leg,
someone like James Richardson, who has that explosiveness, he's been here, the horses for courses, he knows how
Second
to win
leg,
here.
it's Jake to throw
It's
first.
a tricky game for Jake
Game
because the bookies have probably had him as favourite going into the game.
140.
But every question, Matt, that's being asked of this man, he seems to have an answer. Well, the next question right now is, you're behind in this game. James
60.
is looking good today. Can you get over the line in this one as well?
I mentioned up at the start of the show on the balcony that a lot of the time that the odds are
45.
compiled not over the short-term form, but over long-term and what we know about the players, which is why James Richardson was the odds-on favourite in this game. Jake McMillan available
100.
at 6 to 5 before the off.
$96.
Don't forget you can get in touch with us today as well at MSS Darts. Tweet us in
180.
observations, questions, anything dart related here we'll be discussing here at the MODUS Super Series.
60.
Yes, the man who likes
James,
a
you
curry
require 161.
seems to be in a hurry at the moment is James Richardson. Maximum has put him in a good position here.
62.
And Jim McMillan, look at this
Jake, you
160,
require
and that was a real
160.
catalyst today. Checked in the opening game of the day, a 160 finish when
100.
Jan McIntosh was looking
James, you require
really solid.
99.
James has left. Can he put a flake on it?
Tops of the ice cream
Game shot on the
finish.
second leg.
He gives
James
that one a licking.
Richardson.
2-0 up, James Richardson. You probably remember
Third
the
leg, it's
days
James to throw
it
first.
actually cost 99 pence,
Game
don't
on.
you, Glenn?
Still are. In a sunny red car.
100. $44.
Is it no surprise that my favourite ice cream is vanilla? Boring.
180.
But nothing boring about the dart from James Richardson at the moment. It has been all about Jake McMillan. He's been the headline act. We built him up for this game. James Richardson is just quietly but effectively getting on
100.
with the job. Looked good today. He said he's 7 out of 10 in preparation for Lakeside. Like I said, every leg of dart he's getting in now,
96.
I promise him will be so good going into Lakeside. If he can get that match under your belt, doesn't really matter what you're doing now if you're trying to peak for a couple of weeks' time.
60. James, you require 125.
And you feel that's the thing that's missing from the James Richardson career. He's had the tour card, he's been at Ali Pally, he's had a big win against Barneveld there.
53.
Something that's missing now is something that will define his career other than being the man that beat Barneveld.
Yeah, he's never had a 170 against Gary
60.
Anderson to beat him, has he?
James, you require
No one's done
72.
that, have they?
Out in the 16s. Been good on top, so one dart.
52.
Just for the first time, drops a bit low, but no dramas. He looks up to see that Jake's on 237 and nothing he can do. It's one-way traffic.
140.
Keeps his head above the parapet,
James, you
but it's in the
require
hands.
20.
Ruthless Richardson.
Game shot on the third leg. James Richardson.
Just to give you a little bit of a warning, James Richardson fans, if you're just tuning in to watch this particular
Fourth leg,
game.
it's Jake to throw
Bill
first.
McMillan's been in this position
on.
before. He was 3-0 down yesterday around about this sort of time and then played his best darts for 4 legs to
140.
completely turn around the match and come out the victor.
Yeah, gets to a stage a day and a half in where we'll just shut the little in-play table in because a 4-0
140.
defeat for Jake here. And all of a sudden you start thinking about things like legs difference. Look what it's doing for James
44.
Richardson. If the scores were level at the end, we'd look at legs difference. But you can just see the table taking real place. And James Richardson is playing his best darts at the right time.
180.
What a day of darts, Matt.
I was literally just about to say that exact same line. It's been
27.
a
Jake, you
massive
require
improvement from
137.
all players on what we saw yesterday.
$85. James, you require 154.
This would be for the match, remember. Such a good first start.
94.
Just felt the
Jake,
second
you
one would
require
just sit
52.
alongside of it. Chance for McMillan to get back in this match. That leaves 888.
44.
Chance might have gone. James
you require
Richardson
60.
can only describe this performance as ruthless.
When he has one dart in hand.
40. Jake, you require 8.
Still very much an outside chance, but absolutely
Game shot
agree
on
with
the
what
fourth leg. Jake McMillan.
Matt Edgar said at the beginning of this game. Roundabout yesterday, he was second best in a match where he was losing 3-0.
Fifth leg, it's James to throw
Johan
first.
Angstrom.
Game
And
on.
he come back to win that match 4-3. And I bet you a penny. That's exactly what he's thinking. The difference is Johan was not playing
139.
like James Richardson is right now. I don't even think the average really flatters James. His scoring's been absolutely brilliant. His
45.
finishing's been solid. Just been an all-round super performance from James.
$43. $93.
Starting to lose the line here, James Richardson.
68.
Tend to get this when you get towards the finishing line where you're just trying to get the job done, and he'll be aware of the danger that Jake is posing here. He referenced him in the
134.
interview at the start of the day, saying he didn't really know too much about him until yesterday, and now he knows a lot about him, as we all are starting to learn.
100.
Yeah, there was a dart there from James Richardson. He went 5 treble 1 and the treble 20 was like a block of gold. Got to really go back upstairs. He doesn't really want to after that
59.
first start.
James, you require 151.
Richardson first to a finish. This would be for the match.
74 left, so options in terms of the setup play here for Richardson, and he sets it up absolutely
119.
perfectly.
Jake, you require
Can Jake
170.
Dig out a big moment.
41. James, you require 32.
Professional, solid. And
Game shot, and the
comprehensive.
match,
What
James
a game by
Richardson.
James Richardson. He beats top of the table Jake McMillan and puts himself in a very good position for automatic qualification. He sits pretty in second place as Richardson right now. James Richardson round about the 90 average throughout that game. His scoring was superb. 3 180s, good on the outer ring. That 99 finish as well. Best performance of the weekend so far for James Richardson, and for Jake McMillan for the first time. Food for thought as we move on to game 10. It's Jan McIntosh against Johan Angstrom.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we are down 3 rounds of matches, which means it's time to get the assessment of Duzzer up here on the balcony. Let's have a look and see what we have seen so far. These are the results from the first 9 games. And, well, as Jake McMillan really kind of kicking off in the same vein that he left off yesterday.
Well, I'm going to look at it generically first of all and say what a quality day. I think all 6 players can look at themselves and think they're playing very well. We've had the ups and downs, which is all part of the life of a dart player, all part of the life of the MODUS Super Series. It's been very, very enjoyable. Lots of big, big averages, and hopefully the best still to come.
Well, we hope so. Jake McMillan is the man who kick-started the day at the top of the table. We saw him lose just before the break there to James Richardson, but he came out the gate flying, didn't he?
Yeah, he's a good player. He's like really solid. Just a nice person who's doing really well. And like I said, it's a big trek over from Canada. And again, the only way to go on a 1-2-1, of course, when your opponent's on 20. And look at the fist pump. He's just got that real tenacity about him against the luckless Johan Angstrom. What does he have to do today, he's thinking to himself. And then to complement that with the 1-4-1 as well. And you can just see, look at the reaction there. And I like that just as much as the darts, because it tells me an awful lot about the player. And most questions he's had the answer for, but he did walk into the juggernaut. That is James Richardson.
We saw Stoke Bunce last week at the Grand Slam. We're seeing Jake McMillan, Leonard Gates here this week. We're going to see other North American players to come in the near future. That's the only hint I'm going to give away. The CDC are doing some incredible stuff at the minute, and it's showing on big stages.
Yeah, obviously I've I'm a really good friend with Jeff Smith, and he's the guy I go to. And like, you know, Jacob Taylor was someone I should have known more about, but I didn't. And I thought he was absolutely outstanding at the MODUS Super Series as well. And these guys are coming over, and just to hear the journey that Jake had, and then to produce the darts that they're doing there, it's really exciting times. And yeah, very much on the up.
The defending champion, Jim McEwan, what's been your assessment of his day?
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. He just walked into someone playing very, very well in Jan McIntosh. Jan McIntosh was on 0 points after 7 games, but he had opportunities. And, you know, he got his opportunity against the champ and really took it. I've been super impressed with Jim McEwan. That 1-6-1, I got a little excited in the comms box. And why not? Because when you're seeing brilliance of darts like that, I've used the word phenomenal a couple of times. He just happened to walk into Jan at the wrong time.
Yeah, let's talk about Jan now, because he's waited for that first win. He's got that first win. And the level of play from yesterday to today, it's felt night and day.
He gets opportunities. He's a big scorer. I mean, when he's self-reflect, his board management can be better. Some of his decision-making is questionable. When he's had the opportunities, he hasn't always taken them. But as you can see here now, this is against the champ. Perfect first start, and just follows it in beautifully well. And what a relief for him. And like I said, he's representing the Faroe Islands. He's a very proud man. I think he's doing himself justice without getting the results. And I tell you what, if it is Group C, his campaign, he's still got a big part to play this week. And I enjoy watching him.
Well, let's have a look and see what the table is saying then after 3 rounds of fixtures for the day. Jay McMillan is still at the top, but the lead has now been cut to just 2 points from James Richardson and Leonard Gates in second and third, respectively. Jim McEwan hanging around on 8. Ewan Angstrom looking to get his first win of the day, and it's the bottom two that's going to go toe-to-toe up next to kick off the 4th round of fixtures for the day. So let's get it on. It's a battle of Sweden up against the Faroe Islands. It's feeling very Baltic here at the Super Series. Down in the commentary box is a man that's always feeling Baltic. But that's because he always leaves the air conditioning on. Matthew Edgar.
Are you watching me, Henry? Because I've literally just turned the air conditioning off, actually. It's getting a bit chilly down here in the commentary box, but it's getting warm up on the stage right now. Yeah, McIntosh looking to back up that victory, his first victory in 8 fixtures here at the Super Series. He has had opportunities in matches. This was a game in which he was able to carve out opportunities yesterday, but not get over the line. He's now got that winning feeling, which can just change how you view a day. Because for Johan Angstrom, it's been the total opposite. He has been getting beaten today and getting beaten by some sizable scores. He's only got 1 leg on the board against Leonard Gates in the last match.
Game on.
So 13 legs played. He's lost 12 of them, which points in the direction that maybe McIntosh can back up that victory and go back to back. He's certainly carved out enough opportunities for himself. The scoring
60.
has not been the problem. It's been when he gets down to the doubles at the back end of games, but good signs there as well in the last couple of matches for McIntosh. 4 in 12 and 3 in 12 in his last couple of fixtures.
140. $97. $119. $40.
Slow start this though from McIntosh. I thought he'd come out swinging.
$44.
Better from McIntosh.
108.
And this is what I expected to see from McIntosh after winning that last fixture.
Yeah, does he become favourite for this game, as my thought process? And then it's the word expectation. Johan Angstrom, he needs something. He needs a McIntosh moment as himself.
124.
Been a tough day without him playing too bad. This man just seems to be flying. This is what confidence can do to a game. Not making some real bad decisions, Matt. And like I said, I've got no apologies
84.
in saying that, and
Johan,
might
you
have
require
sound a little
60.
bit ruthless. Maybe it's the inexperience of the game, but if he is learning on the job, that's not to go the way to go on 1-2-4 when your opponent's on a finish. Ignore what I
40.
said. That right decision at Jan.
Jan, you require 40.
And this is the benefit, though, of sometimes having this opportunity here at the Super Series, because it gives you footage that you can watch back and sort of learn from those moments. The 14 ball was the option there, but it's double 10 this time for McIntosh.
Game shot
And
on
it
the
is
first
improving.
leg,
It's
Jan
getting better all the
McIntosh.
time for McIntosh. Functionality, yes, he hit with the third dart, which means his missed doubles go up, but functional doubling for McIntosh there was 100%.
Second leg, it's Johan to throw first. Game on.
The typical, you go 7 games without a win, and you get 2 on the spin, but I don't know what the bookies thought of it, Matt, or what you thought of it, but I had McIntosh favourite going into this game.
55.
Oh, absolutely, I agree. Because when we look at how the day's gone, McIntosh has been knocking on the door and then got the victory. Angstrom 1 leg from 13 today.
Without playing, it's not like the
60.
fact he's playing really bad, it's just the fact his opponents are playing well.
Only managed 8 darts at a double in those first 3 matches, completely outscored, and that can just
85.
make everything feel harder. Even games when you're playing someone bottom of the table like McIntosh, who he's going to know quite well. They both play in those sort of Scandinavian, those Nordic Baltic tours. So they're going to know each other and they're going to know what each other is
140.
capable of. McIntosh had a couple of good runs on the WDF tour, one in Sweden and one in Iceland.
100.
A couple of quarterfinals. I say he's a very likeable player, likeable person. Definitely room for improvement with a couple of areas. Can be rectified quite quickly.
92.
But I have a feeling when both of them walked onto the stage, both of them fancied their chances. I mean, this is that classic duel, which is very much 50-50.
$84. $45. $59.
Trevorless means
Jan,
that
you
Jan is
require
sort of back.
164.
One will have fancied his chances there on 177. Fantastic dart. I like the 16s on the third dart. You're
100.
virtually covering the whole
Johan,
of the
you
treble
require
20 bed there, and the 16's a big wide open bed. As Johan Angstrom got Jan's number. It's 118. Not to be, and chance for the man from the Faroe Islands to lead 2-0.
I think
94.
the modern generation
Jan,
would
you
probably not
require
have a clue what he's on
64.
about there. Has he got his number? Don't remember those adverts, but it's tops. Oh yeah, McIntosh. That's a lovely marker, that.
Game shot on
So
the second
inviting.
leg.
It
Jan McIntosh.
opened the bed up. It made it bigger, essentially. Thinking of a basketball group compared to a netball. It just gives you that backboard to bounce
Third
it
leg,
off of.
it's Jan
And
to throw first.
fantastic
Game
dart
on.
there for McIntosh, who doubles his lead and breaks the throw. And it's more misery for Johan.
Just a little bit of confidence now on the doubles as well. It's the relief from getting those 2 points. And
81.
maybe just the added bit to that was the fact that it was against Jim McEwan.
$140.
Jim McEwan was the favourite before a dart was thrown to win the week, not just to win this group, but the week. So to get that victory for Jan McIntosh against the top player, according to the sportsbook before a dart was thrown,
45.
and according to the man who is holding the big trophy right now, that must make you believe that you can beat the rest.
Sat in this position so many times where it's top against bottom.
100.
I've given up sort of predicting them games now. There's just something about the player at the top walking in with that inevitability and confidence of winning against that real player who, nothing to lose.
140.
And it was a great victory. And if he can kick on from there, a victory over Johan. Like I said, he's only won 1 leg of darts today, Johan. He's averaging over 92 in this game.
81.
And we've talked about the board management again. It'll be interesting to see how he treats this 2-3-5. Well, that takes everything out the equation now because he can do what he wants. I like the 19s.
137. $60. Jan, you require 98.
98 to put himself a leg away from back-to-back victories after 7 defeats in a row. 19 keeps the shot alive. Double 18.
80.
Yeah, now I'm already thinking
Johan,
that
you
this is a
require
probable match
120.
in Group C at the back end of the week. So you just want to look at your head-to-heads as well. A fantastic dart once again.
Game shot on
And
the
of
third
course, when
leg.
that camera
Johan
angle goes on,
Angstrom.
we know what that means. And Johan Angstrom, look, we've been speaking, Matt, about the other 5 players quite a lot today because they've
Fourth
all
leg,
had the
it's Johan
moments
to
of
throw
real
first.
brilliance. The story
Game
of Johan so far is the fact he's only won 2 legs all day, despite the fact he's playing okay. And that 120 there, fair play to him.
60. $30.
The 2 stars on the shirt. 2-time Swedish champion, maybe?
59.
Part of the emblem of the badge. Do like our social media following, so if anyone can explain that, but usually the stars usually means they're a
54.
world champion. As you can see there, them 2 stars. Is it part of that emblem, which I think is Stockholm darts, I think. SSDC.
It's Boris
100.
Kritschmar that gets me because obviously got all his soft tip championships on. He looks like the American flag.
Has he got all the stars on there?
Yeah,
Has he?
Yeah, he's covered in them.
Well, no one's going to argue. We can put another 10 more. No one's going to say nothing.
100.
He's certainly got enough space on his shirt for it, hasn't he? So
I remember when him and Jim Williams had words, but I said, Jim, can you pick someone small as we see a good close-up there? Sure someone can help us out there.
108.
Oh, good dart, Johan Angstrom. Like I said, it's been a tough day and he's shown real resilience. Would have been easy to fold, and I think there's
30.
added
Johan, you require
Nordic
102.
issues, the fact that the Baltic regions, they've played each other. It just seems an extra zip in this match. Good thinking again. That leaves 68. So you have got the option of treble 12 if that treble 20 is not too nice.
54.
But to leave the 2 data when your opponent's on 287, it's looking good for 2-2 here for the Swede.
$44. Johan, you require 48.
yeah, McIntosh completely lost all sort of rhythm and composure in this one. 4 leg giving Johan plenty of time.
28.
143, not a lot you can do from here. But just hit and hope, and there'll need to be an awful lot of hope here.
60. Johan, you require 20.
Yeah, put it away, Johan. Get it to 2-2. Deserved position for both players, I feel, because it can get a bit nasty on... I was about to say double 5. That shows a confidence of the big number. He's still
12.
thinking up there. See the added as he throws them darts, because he just wants it to get it to 2-2. That frustration when you're up there, when you know the leg of dart should be
100.
over and
Johan,
done
you
with.
require 8.
I tell you what, now, all of a sudden, he's saying to himself, this is now a must hit.
Game shot on the 4th leg. Johan Angstrom.
And that little bit of urgency often just causes the result to come through.
5th
Sometimes
leg,
when
it's
you
Jan
get
to throw
given
first.
extra darts, it
Game
almost
on.
becomes harder when you think, I've got 7 darts at this, because you know you can miss and come back. In that situation, that wasn't there. And McIntosh get back on the horse.
55.
Nay.
100.
Well, Johan was on the receiving end of a big comeback victory yesterday. And he turned the game around in his favour, get his first victory of the day.
95.
Threw himself completely into that one. Almost gave us a full Richie
100.
Burnett there on that second dart. Good job the exclusion zones there, or Jan might have took one in the shins.
$85.
Really important part of this match right now. Johan Gene himself up, and I think that's fair play, Matt. Like I said,
42.
I've seen so many players just throw the toys out the pram a little bit. He's giving it absolutely everything as Jan looks at 266. Hope he doesn't stay on the 20s. He's not this time.
99.
Very brave of him to go for the small section of the 19, wasn't it?
59. Jan, you require 167.
Pick a winner from here, Matt, because I'm struggling. Absolutely nothing to
59.
separate these two right now.
Just all who can produce it at the right moment. Be a great time to find another treble. McIntosh, he give us the one finish over 100 so
Jan,
far.
you require 108.
So this would be those real moments of timing.
Well, he's got a chance. That chance is a double 16.
Game
That's
shot
clinical.
On the fifth leg.
That's
Jan
a superb
McIntosh.
finish, Jan McIntosh. You never let your head go down once this week, despite the fact it was defeat
Sixth
after
leg.
defeat.
It's Johan to throw first.
You get a big win
Game
against
on.
Jim McEwan, then you're up against your neighbour and Johan Angstrom, someone who you probably will be meeting for a few times this week. The score's 2-2, nothing to separate you. Get that one dart at double 16 and you smash it in. Fair play.
Right on cue as well. Just when I was asking who's going to stand up and do the right thing at the right time, who's going to produce that moment when they need it the most.
100.
From the back of the 140 there from Johan to set himself up on a nice simple two-darter. We saw the best of McIntosh.
100. $180.
He's good. And McIntosh, like I said, I've just got nothing but admiration for the man. That
78.
sinking feeling once again for Johan Angstrom. Mightily impressed here, Jan. Now it's about the setup play. I like the bullseye here, but such a good second dart.
100.
Totally understandable. Where these 1-2-1s are going. Expect treble 20, treble 11, and double 14. A cracking dart there from Jan. He's not going to give up without a fight. Should go downstairs, will go downstairs. His board management
99.
is excellent.
Jan, you require 121.
But over to the man from the Faroe Islands who's been fantastic once again. It's bullseye.
80.
We'll expect to come back with
Johan,
Johan on
you require
164, but there's no
164.
guarantees in live sport. He won't like what he sees there. A beautiful first dart. But now the process can begin. He knows it's 41 for the match. He knows he should be getting two darts
92.
here to make it two
Jan, you
victories
require
back
41.
to back.
Yep, we doubted him when he had opportunities, but he's got over the line once by doing this. It's double 16 for the match.
9.
That will disappoint.
Johan, you require
Johan Angstrom will
72.
definitely start in the 16s bed. Big 14 for the bullseye. This is tough.
34. Jan, you require 32.
Been a tight affair. Not an awful lot to separate them. One big finish in the previous leg from Jan McIntosh. He resets himself with double 16. Can he get 2 wins out of 2? Yes, he
Game
can.
shot.
Jan McIntosh
Jan
gets
McIntosh.
over the line again against the luckless Johan Angstrom, who's having a day to forget. But the man from the Faroe Islands continues now to impress. A couple of wins. You can just see that wry smile, and all of a sudden the game feels really good. And as we look at the tail of the tape, not an awful lot to separate. Once again, big checkouts. 120 from Angstrom, 108 from McIntosh. He moves on to 4 points. He's happy, and a big game coming up next. It's second versus third. It's Leonard Gates versus James Richardson.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Jan McIntosh has got the better of Johan Angstrom by 4 legs to 2. And so that means McIntosh has sealed his second win of the day, having gone winless in his first day. Right, next up for us, Leonard Gates against James Richardson. It's a battle of second and third as far as the league table is concerned, and the victor will draw level on points with Jake McMillan at the top of the table. Watching this one downstairs, it's Matt and Glenn.
Thank you, Henry. Yeah, just sort of looking at the table now. This is a real big moment. And once again, I went onto the balcony after game 9 and just went through the players area because I have this real obsession now just to sort of look at the players. And James was jovial.
First leg, it's Leonard to throw
chatting with the other guys.
Game on.
And Leonard is sat away from the rest of them, just doing his own thing. He puts his music in, he goes into that zone, takes his music out and gets up and produces roundabout now. Some fantastic
81.
darts. It's just his way of doing things and not the personality I imagine backstage of Leonard Gates. Honestly thought he was the kind of guy the soul gave
125.
does it when he's actually on the hockey there, and it's been really interesting to see how he works. Certainly works for him, Matt.
But how many times have we seen this in the past as well, where people can sort of add these split personalities where they're someone different on the stage than they are in real life? And I think sometimes you need that. If you're naturally a bit of a nervous or a shy person, you need to have that persona or that character that you can become when you go onto the stage that gives you the separation between
60.
who you are and who you are as a competitor.
Yeah, I remember Tony O'Shea. I got a flight to Canada, of all places, to go in for the World Cup. And when I met him at the airport, I expected him to be
78.
silverback, when he was actually quite a quiet, softly spoken guy. And it was until they said, "Welcome on stage, Tony O'Shea," did he then become the
140.
silverback. And life of a dart player is Tony O'Shea. Life of a person, silverback.
Well, Peter Wright's very similar to that as well, isn't he? He's not what you'd expect
92.
when he's not even in his attire, because the hair and all that is all part of the process of becoming Snakebite.
We've talked an awful
100.
lot about North
Leonard, you
American darts
require
this week, but
150.
Stowe Bunce, another unbelievable success. Are we just beginning to see the North American players that transition from more soft tip to steel tip?
58.
And are we going to see them at
James,
top
you
of the tree in the next couple of years?
76.
Thought that was in. We'd down your local, you'd get the fishing
Shot
rods
on the
out and
first
reeling
leg,
back
James Richardson.
in. Up, poking away the 76, and Gates, who came into today as the
Second
new
leg,
favourite
it's
to
James
win this
throw
group,
First. Game on.
hasn't had much his own way so far.
140.
Player of the day so far is James Richardson. Early indications was it was going to be Jim McEwan. Felt it was going to be about Jake McMillan.
45.
Right now, it's about the guy walking to the hockey in the in-play table, and a highlight in-play table. It means that only if James
123.
Richardson wins this game, would have a new leader. It's getting tight.
Jim McEwan and
58.
Jake McMillan coming up in our next game, which would give Jake the opportunity to go back top if Richardson is to see out the deal, which at the moment
140.
there is not much resistance here for Leonard Gates to this James Richardson performance.
Yeah, Leonard Gates, roundabout now, was averaging 113 yesterday. Right now,
108.
look at the average of James
James,
Richardson.
you require 98.
Be careful not to bust here, hence the reason is really widening the angle.
58.
It's a cracking dart, a lot of experience in there. A lot of the speedsters can throw and kiss off the tungsten in that first dart and land into the treble 20. So good play there from Richardson.
100. James, you require 40.
For a 2-0 lead.
Game shot on the second leg. James
Smack in
Richardson.
the middle as well there for James Richardson. When James Richardson starts like this, he just continues like this. This is the
Third
James
leg, it's
Richardson
Leonard
that we
to throw
saw
first.
pick up that victory
Game
against
on.
Van Barneveld at the World Championship, who just, it was a ruthless, relentless performance.
And it would be for the double over Gates because, yes, in the second game,
95.
James Richardson beat Leonard 4-1.
And how much of a statement could that be for James Richardson, who, as we've picked
85.
up on, turns 50 at the start of January, which would mean he'll be eligible for the Seniors Tour. A Seniors Tour dominated by this man, Leonard Gates, who has 3 of the 4 big titles. And the one he didn't get,
85.
he got to the semi-final.
$140.
I noticed that Q School entry was out and just so many names from the MODUS Super Series will be looking at their next phase of their career.
97.
But right now, the priority for many, many people is to be on that stage. Do what Jim McEwan did a few weeks ago and pick up that check at the end of it for £20,000.
125. $60. James, you require 151. $55. Leonard, you require 164.
Yeah, I like that last start there. I'm a big fan of players thinking about the situation and leaving a minimum 2 darter.
96.
Surprisingly,
James, you require
in
96.
inverted commas, this is for a 3-0 lead. Needs the treble 20, gets it. What
Game
a
shot on the
finish,
third
James
leg.
Richardson.
James Richardson.
Leads Leonard Gates 3-0. Let's remember Leonard Gates was putting in averages yesterday of 111 and
Fourth leg, it's
103.
James to
Looked
throw first.
absolutely
on.
unbelievable. Hasn't been his day today for Leonard Gates. James Richardson is on the march.
93.
Absolutely. It's not just a great finish from Richardson, it's a great performance that's restricted Leonard Gates to not even a single darter a double as of yet. And on the
41.
opening exchanges here, might suggest he might not even get one in the match. James Richardson is on fire.
140.
Best performance so far of the week for James Richardson. Came in match number 1
135.
today, a 93.94 in victory. This significantly better than that 93 average.
134.
Currently near 108 for James Richardson.
Yeah, sometimes when you've got the mic in your hand, you just sit back and enjoy the pace of this game is a real delight.
57.
Hasn't
James,
even
you
been
require
7 minutes yet for
134.
very nearly 4 legs. And is it the beginning of the end?
Oh, yeah, the way he's playing here, I bet there's going to be a lot of people getting their pans and pots out this evening and making some
119.
Brussels sprout
I
vindaloos.
was thinking exactly the same, and I was also thinking that was a dangerous start to go. He's playing so well. I had a
58.
feeling he was going to hit the bullseye.
James, you require
And
15.
I can assure you the hardest part of this 15 is the big number. Then you can relax.
7.
And that just comes down to the task, doesn't it? Sometimes things feel a little bit easier when they're bigger.
84. James, you
Oh,
require
the
8.
doubles have looked bigger for James Richardson in this match. He's been
Shot
outstanding.
and the
He
match,
makes it
James
look
Richardson.
ridiculously easy when he's in full flow. And that was a brilliant performance from James Richardson. Leonard Gates hasn't got a clue what's just hit him there. But what it was is James Richardson at his very best. Look at those numbers. 100.20 for any dart player is always a good one because it means that you're winning in 15 darts. Good finishing from James Richardson. He goes top of the table. Follow that, Jim McEwan and Jake McMillan. They're up next.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. So that man in your picture, Captain Canada, Jake McMillan, now finds himself second in the league standings. And that was after a superb performance from James Richardson, the red pen game against Leonard Gates to win by 4-0. So McMillan of Canada takes on McEwan of Scotland, the defending champion. And if Jim can pick up the points in this one, each of the top 4 in the group will be separated by just a meagre margin of 2 points after the 9th round of matches. Watching this one downstairs, it's Matt and Glenn.
Yeah, thank you, Henry. And the one defeat for Jake McMillan yesterday was against the man in your picture, the Series 5 champion. Been a bit of a roller coaster couple of days for him so far this week. For Jake McMillan, he's had them answers to the questions. However, he is on the back of a defeat.
Game on.
Against the brilliant James Richardson, and then he's walking into Jim McEwan. But which version of Jim McEwan is Jake going to face? Now, situation is pretty clear in the table right now. Jake McMillan has topped the group for a long time today, and all of a sudden now he'll see himself in second position. However, he has got this game in hand. If he wins this game, he would move back 2 points clear of the field. If he doesn't, he would be sat on 12 points with James Richardson going into the final games. James Richardson will fancy his chances against Jan McIntosh. However, Jan's on the back of 2 wins.
96.
Jake would play Leonard Gates in a North American clash. So all of a sudden, not all as rosy as it once was for Jake.
94.
But it's still very much in his hands. But a tough ask against Jim, Matt.
Well, Jake would have came into the venue on Monday morning, and he would have came in here targeting other players, and now the target switched to the fact now it's
99.
on the back of Jake. Quite literally, the target's on his back if you look at his shirt. But he's become the targeted. He's become the hunted man.
58.
Yeah, and it's how he handles himself in that situation. But I also thought what you were going to say is, as he walked into the venue on Monday, if you'd have said on right in the end of Tuesday, you're going to have a game to go back to the top of the table, he would have said, thank you, I'll take that. But Jim McEwan come out the traps in this first leg. Seems to be very good with his throw, does Jim.
43. Jim, you require
Very experienced
135.
player. Jim McEwan, and he's showing all of that experience here. Again, more experience there for McEwan, not using the bullseye with the first start. The 25 and bull would have been the option had Jake been on a finish.
59.
Very much an outside chance for Jake, but he needs a minimum 140.
59.
Not enough.
Jim, you
McEwan will
require
feel comfortable with his
76.
76, knowing that he'd be back. He misses this. I doubt he will be, though.
Double checking the scoreboard there.
$72.
Just wondering if it did set the rhythm there of McEwan. I was interested to see how that one went. He's a player that doesn't tend to rely on rhythm, so
139.
bit of a surprise he missed by quite far.
Jim, you require 4.
Yeah, now from very comfortable position to a must-hit double. Go big or go home.
Game shot on the first leg. Jim McEwan.
Big it is. Gets it in the madhouse, does McEwan, and holds his throw in the opening leg.
Second leg, it's Jake to throw
What's
first.
your theory on why
Game
people
on.
seem to like the double one? Do you think it's like a
140.
Is it a case of it's up there where the top's the double 18, or is it the fact that you just become, right, I'm just going to go for this? I used to always struggle on the double 2 factor, but the double 1 I really liked.
57.
Wasn't it O-Town who said all or nothing? I think that's
100.
the exact thing there with double 1. It's hit or miss. There's no other option. There's no split. There's no, do I change the target? It's, do you hit or do you not? It's yes or no.
123.
2 out of 3 ain't bad. Good look at the 18s with the last dart.
55.
Trebleless. He had total control of this leg of darts with them. A couple of trebles from Jim there. Leaves him about 100 points behind. Surely the perfect dart for Jim.
140.
things we've been impressed with Jake so far is the fact that he's been able to bounce back in games and
100.
bounce back when there's been negativity or something hit against him. He did have a good run. He won 5 matches in a row before defeating his last. So this is another test. We said at the start we're going to learn a lot about Jake this
81.
week.
81. Jake, you require 106.
We're going to see even more resilience from the man who wants a couple of days off to go check out the sights of Portsmouth.
74. Jim, you require 100.
Tell you what, going to Group B then, Jake. But it's tops for McEwan.
Game
He's
shot on the
so
second
good.
leg.
He's so
Jim
solid.
McEwan.
Just that expectation when he's on that final double air on the tops and tens. A lot of pressure on that double top with Jake sat pretty.
Third
Jim
leg.
McEwan has
It's
just
Jim to
had
throw
that
first.
really up and down
Game
day.
on.
I had a feeling he was going to go 5 out of 5, but he had that defeat, a surprising defeat. If you'd have said to him, you're going to win 4 games out of 5 and your one defeat's going to be against Jan McIntosh.
140.
Final game, Jim, is against Johan Angstrom. You have to fancy him in that game, Matt.
Yeah, Johan's not been on it today
100.
at all. He's only won 3 legs so far across his 4 matches. So even if you give him all the legs he's won today, he still can't win a match. So you'd fancy McEwan with the form, but we know how this goes. There's live sport, short
140.
format darts. Anything happens up here at the Super Series.
Such a relaxed
100.
arm when Jake throws. He's got the positives totally outweigh the negatives. It's like a snappy little punch of a release of the dart. Works very, very
100.
nicely, but a much more relaxed follow through from Jake. You can just see, I said to him, just make it really smooth, that throw.
60.
Two
Jim, you
totally
require
different throws.
121.
But it's the man with the more punchier throws leading 2-0. This is the way to go on 1-2-1 when your opponent's on 2-4-1. In my opinion.
65.
Wasn't as successful, though, as the one you disagreed with, though, was it?
Well, thanks for backing your partner up.
58. Jim, you require 56.
Once again, look what Jim's going to be leaving again. The big 16. Oh, his desired target. Keep the
shot on
game
third
simple.
leg. Jim McEwan.
McEwan leads 3-0.
Fourth
Solid
leg,
again
it's
from
Jake to throw
McEwan, who
first.
is just a visit ahead of
Game on.
Jake in this game, and that's rectified or seen as well in the checkouts. Not a dart at a double here for
96.
Jake, which is kind of replication of that match we saw when James Richardson just beat Leonard Gates in our last 4-0.
Yeah, first real moments now for Jake of vulnerability. A
45.
defeat here, which is looking likely now. Means a couple of losses on the bounce and Leonard Gates to come. Looked so rosy an hour ago.
94.
All of a sudden, the improvement from Richardson does still bring this man in your picture into contention. Just feel that Leonard Gates needs to win his last game and potentially
100.
go through the card tomorrow. So much to play for tomorrow. Please join us. We'll be on YouTube channel and on Sporty Stuff.
87.
A really exciting finale.
$60.
Here for Jake, but it is on his dart, so McEwan, as we've seen throughout the day, will not be too
100.
bothered about losing this leg. For McEwan, seems to be that he has the majority of his focus on the legs that he throws first. These just feel bonus to McEwan.
56. Jake, you
Yeah,
require
you mentioned his throw
124.
looking like Andy Hamilton's. Very similar darts as well. I've just noticed that same shape.
Game shot on the
And
fourth
that's how
leg.
to check
Jake
out on
McMillan.
1-2-4. Again, the opponent on 240. At this time yesterday, game 4 for Jake McMillan, he was playing Johan Angstrom. The
Fifth
score
leg, it's Jim
was
to throw
3-0
first.
to Johan.
Game on.
That's what you call a fist pump. Was that to you?
To me,
Not to you.
I thought it was to me.
28.
He was 3-0 down. I'm just wondering if that's on his mind.
96.
We've upped his pace as well. That can happen when you think the game's over. All that nerves and tension that you had. He's a bit of a smile on his face as well, but you know, it's a different commodity when you're up against Jim McEwan, to be fair.
140.
Steely determination. He's not going to give 4 legs away, surely.
Especially when two of those are with the advantage of throw, but sometimes it's not about giving them away. Sometimes it's about the brilliancy of your opponent, and we've seen what Jake can do when he's behind. I did mention yesterday, I feel like sometimes he plays better when he goes behind.
Yeah, scores 100, a 1-2-4 finish, a 96 and a
55.
140. His last 12 darts have been nicely. Should see him go downstairs here. Needs that treble 19.
98.
That leaves the finish.
$46. Jake, you require 167.
These 6 darts from here.
58.
Normally quite good around the board is Jim. We had an option there of a couple of 20s for the bullseye to leave a finish, but because he covered that 20 bet, he could have used the 17s at that point.
93. Jake, you require 100.
All irrelevant if Jake smacks in this 109. He's done this before.
77.
How about a 139 for Jim? He's going to need to find 2 trebles here to get a poke at the double. Won't get a shot on this occasion, so sit and hope. Or it could be one of his lives gone here
84.
for Jim McEwan. A sloppy
Jake,
last.
you require 32.
This is now tough. The top part of that double 8.
16.
As if you're aiming for double 11s,
Jim,
not
you
to be.
require 55.
Just look at that number. The potential double top finish, which has been so kind to Jim today. First part of the job done. It's
Game
2
shot
losses
and the
on the
match,
spin for Jim
Jim
McMillan, and Jim
McEwan.
McEwan is just finding his form at the right time. He's right in the mix of this very exciting Group A campaign. 4 players in the top 4, just 2 points separate them now. Nothing really to separate them on the averages. Nothing really to separate them elsewhere. Some, once again, big finishes. The 1-2-4 from Jake McMillan with that sensational bull. And super strong Jim McEwan with a 100 finish as well. But Jim McEwan, he moves on to 10 points. He's in the mix. But it's man of the moment, James Richardson up next. He plays Jan McIntosh.
Hello, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, we saw Jim McEwan get the better of Jake McMillan by 4-1. That's now 2 defeats on the spin for the Canadian. This is what we've seen so far today. 4 rounds of fixtures have been and gone, and where it looked like potentially at the beginning of the day being a little bit of a runaway for the Canadian is actually quite congealed nicely when we have a look at the league standings, because Jake McMillan, the man at the top of the table at the beginning of the day, is no longer that guy. James Richardson is the man at the top of the pile. And Jim McEwan and Leonard Gates, well, they are looking to also make it on to 12 points at the end of the day. As a matter of fact, there is a potential scenario where the top 4 could all be on the same number of points come the finale of the day's action. But James Richardson wants absolutely none of that. He's in action up next. It's our 13th game of the day. He takes on Jan McIntosh. When he's in action, you expect some interesting stuff, including a couple of 1-2-1s. And I wonder which way he's going to go for this. The right way or the wrong way, Glenn?
I'm saying absolutely nothing. In the end, it's down to the decision-making of the players. But what I do know is the form right now with these two players. And I have to admire that man taking his darts out right now, Jan McIntosh. There was a stage today where he played 7 and won 0 and walked on the stage against the champion, that is Jim McEwan. He got through that game and then bounced back with a second win on the spin against Johan Angstrom. However, James Richardson has been absolutely brilliant today. In his last game, I just thought he really showed his brilliant best. A beautiful 100.20 average against Leonard Gates. Not many people this year have beaten Leonard Gates 4-0. The type of player that James Richardson is,
81.
He can frustrate you at times because you know how good James Richardson can be, but he's been quite jovial, he's been quite chatty, he's been the big personality, and he's producing some absolutely fantastic darts. But and McIntosh is not the first time today he's opened his match with a 180. Got to be impressed with Jan from where he was to what 92. He's doing right now, Matt.
I think it'd been very easy for Jan McIntosh just to accept defeat and to bemoan his luck. But no, he's dug deep and he continues to dig and he continues to find, and he's on a 9-darter. After 7 defeats in a row, it's back-to-back victories, back-to-back 180s. Can he give us the biggest highlight of them all?
The hardest working person is the referee at the moment. I've seen some special moments at the MODUS Super Series, but the man from the Faroe Islands nearly produced something extremely magic. And I tell you what, was he nervous? Well, my heart rate went well over 120 there. I was getting super excited myself there. What a story that would have been, Matt.
58.
What I like about it the most is
42.
James Richardson just shrugged it off like nothing was happening. A lot of times we've seen players get caught up in moments. James Richardson
26.
had none of it, and despite the fact of being 7 into the 9-darter here, he might lose the leg.
How many times do we see people on the 9 going to lose the leg because the focus is elsewhere? But not for James Richardson. The focus is totally on that dartboard right now. He is 10 out of 10.
That's second leg, it's Jan
prior
to
today,
first.
he said his game is round about 7 out of 10. I tell you what, I think that's 8 out of 10 at the moment because he's just having a couple of hours of pure brilliance.
100.
And I know one of the most popular markets is the over and unders on the 180s. You went under on that. You just lost in the opening leg because we had 3 180s in the first leg.
One of the best sessions I've been involved
60.
at the MODUS Super Series. I thought yesterday was compact, it was tight, it was nervy, bit of tension, some anxiety. People on debut just getting to know.
100.
Today's just been free-flowing and brilliant, and that man taking his dart is right at the heart of it. Just look what he's doing. How do you motivate yourself? You know when to get the best out yourself. It'd be the total opposite to some people who are trying to keep the heart rate down. But for this man, and he is flying. That's because that blood is rushing through. And just look at the dart he's producing. Making the game look silly stupid.
And if you're in one of 2 positions, one, going to Lakeside in a couple of weeks, or 2, sat on that
45.
seniors tour, looking and
James,
planning
you
your
require
year ahead.
121.
You do not like what you're seeing right now from James Richardson.
87.
I think I'd have walked off after this match and gone home and think my game's in good shape. I'll be back at Lakeside in a few weeks. But that's why these players are here. They want to know where the game is
100.
at.
James, you require 34.
Will it be the lesser spot at double 17 or will he split? He splits for double 16.
18. Jan, you require 136.
Big ask for Jan. Couple of trebles required. Can't find the first one. So Richardson will return for the first breaker throw of this match.
76. James, you require 16.
Just get to that stage where you just expect Richardson to hit. However, that's awkward. I'd have gone the other way. He's looking right at the top of that double 8. Gonna have to move all the way back. Getting dizzy watching him.
Game shot on the second leg. James Richardson.
Quality dart. He's looking really good, isn't he? First player likely to go to 14 points. Jan's got plenty to say in that. What a brilliant day
Third
from
leg, it's
Richardson.
James to throw first. Game on.
The way this is going, and I'm not going to do all the if he wins and if he wins, because there are so many possibilities here.
96.
This could be, for me, here at the Super Series, one of the most open Wednesdays I've ever sat and commentated on, with so many people in the run-in to still potentially win the group.
85.
It's normally down to 2, maybe 3 players. We could have 4 players in the run-in tomorrow, all within touching distance of that top spot.
100.
And if results goes as I predict, you could see Jake McMillan, who was top of the table flying high, potentially beginning to think about running away with things, sat in 4th position overnight.
100.
That's how tight this group. But then you've got Jan McIntosh and Johan Angstrom who can play that spoiler role. And that's not pussyfoot about. Jan McIntosh is playing
100.
good darts at the moment. Once again, he's averaging over 92 here.
Much more improved day, and he'll feel better about that. He's got some results on the board now, and he's shown what he's capable of and what he can do, which is half the
60.
battle, because you know it's like you've had the conversations when you're on the tours. People want to get to the stage, and then as soon as they get there, they go, "If I don't embarrass myself."
80.
No decision there for the referee, but if that dart was just touching the dartboard, the point would have scored.
100.
No
James, you
decision made
require
here for Richardson because of that
125.
last dart. He'll start at the centre of the board. Go to treble 20.
$65. Jan, you require 156.
Another big ask for Jan, where he needs to find 2 trebles for the dart, the double. And that's all Richardson's giving him at the moment.
60.
Giving him the
James, you
crumbs,
require
the
60.
scraps.
Well, we've seen the flashy brilliance from Richardson. Now it's about being super
Game shot
solid.
on the third leg.
A
James
two-dart
Richardson.
combination on 60. Every box at the moment. James Richardson is ticking. He leads 3-0.
Fourth leg, it's Jan to throw first. Game on. $60.
Solid end to the day here for Richardson, where could end up with a 4-1, 4-0 and 4-0 to close off his campaign
100.
here. 4-1 against Jake McMillan, who was top of the table. That's in the bank. 4-0 against Leonard Gates. That's in the bank. 3-0 up and cruising here.
41.
Very likeable guy, if you want to know about James Richardson. Like I say, he's the guy who very jovial backstage. He's just loves his
60.
darts, the passion that he has for the game. And to see him playing like this, because I wasn't sure where his game was coming into this week. I mean, you know, the names that stood out for me were the obvious Jim McEwan and
100.
Leonard Gates. Is there a better player in this group at the moment, Matt, than this man about to throw his 3 darts?
And my mind instantly thinks about what price he was at the start of the day to win this group.
100.
You're certainly not going to get that anymore. 8.5 to 1, James Richardson.
Oh, terrific value for me. But tomorrow's another day.
100.
I said, it's just the cream usually rises to the top. Are we going to see the brilliance from Jim McEwan, which we've seen in patches today? I think
134.
he'll be a lot happier than he was yesterday. He'll want to get past Johan Angstrom, that's for sure.
$100. James, you require 107.
For the match. Still on. Treble 18 leaves the ball. A target he's already hit in this game, and he hits it again.
James
Bookends his
Richardson.
performance with bullseye finishes. A fantastic, polished performance there from James Richardson, who ends his day with back-to-back 4-0 victories and moves himself top of the table, and that will give him a healthy lead in that legs column. That could come into play tomorrow as James Richardson signs off for his Tuesday's work. Coming up next, Johan Angstrom takes on Jim McEwan.
Very warm welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. We're joined up here on the balcony by James Richardson. James, many congratulations. Great day for yourself. You just looked in the groove from first start to last.
I felt good all day. Just basically from yesterday, I felt good yesterday, and I thought, well, just keep doing what you're doing yesterday. Just up the scores, tighten upon your doubles, and the scores might come your way, and they did, you know. And I'm sitting where I am, and that's it.
Do you feel like you're clicking together at the right time? Because we know it's a big time of year for you.
It's a very big time of the year. I mean, tomorrow's a big day as well in here. Everybody knows what they've got to play for. I've got to turn up to just do what I do and play darts. If I play darts, and then I'll be happy.
We saw some great finishing, some great moments from yourself today. We're just going to show you some stuff on this monitor here. This is the 101. This is the red pen leg against Johan Angstrom. And then you had the red pen game, of course, didn't you, a little bit later on?
I did, yeah. But, you know, Johan done me yesterday, and I know what I had to do. You know, you get one over, you got to get one back over them. And poor Johan had a bad day today. And but you don't know, tomorrow could be a different day for him.
And of course, as well, I suppose for yourself, because you've had that good day today, everybody's going to have that target on your back as well.
Well, yeah, let him have it. I don't care. You know, I know what I have to do. You know, I'm a professional in my own right, and come and beat me. You want to beat me? Beat me.
That is a sign of intent. But these ton plus averages and things like that, they're not something that's not unfamiliar, not in recent times, James, because if I remember rightly, you were playing in the WDF circuit not too long ago, and you beat a certain Matt Edgar by 4-0 for ton plus average, if you recall well enough.
It's like taking candy from a baby. You know, I mean, I just rock up in Ireland and I got Mr. Edgar. Okay, you'll love this one, won't he? What's the score? What's the score? Come on, what's the score?
4-0, wasn't it?
What's the average?
Over 100. Over 100.
Well, there you are.
Easy.
We'll say no more.
Easy win.
I got me doubles.
You'll have a right to reply in a minute, Matt. And just finally, we always like talking to you up here on the balcony because we always like a little bit of a master chef. Now, what is in the James Richardson crock pot tonight?
Well, we've got a chili con carne tonight, spicy one. It's on the go since this morning. I'll get up early, I'll prep all my food. I can't eat fast foods while I'm here because it's no good for you. So, you know, I'll prep my own. I've got my own slow cooker and I've got my magic bullet to make my own sauce. And when I get home, I'll just put it on for an hour. We rock on. That's it. Din-dins.
Who needs Master Chef? Who needs Master Chef when you've got James Richardson? I would try a bit, but if I had anything hot, we need to have Chris Murphy on the phone for tomorrow's show. Right, let's get into our penultimate game of the day. It's Johan Angstrom up against Jim McEwan. It's down to Glenn and Matt in the commentary box. Even a thumbs up from James.
Hey, thank you very much, Henry. My favourite interview of all time. But I'm going to try and stick up for my co-commentator because it's unfair. I mean, James Richardson's a dart player and Matthew Edgar's a commentator, so of course it's going to be 4-0, Matthew.
Oh, of course, yeah. It wasn't that when I was a dart player. You know, I used to whop him all the time. But, you know, I don't play darts no more. Just part-time, turn up every now and then. But I tell you what, our producers are listening. Can we get a camera round to James Richardson's hotel room? I reckon there's a great feature there with cooking in hotels with James Richardson.
Din-dins with Richo. Just really enjoyed that. And I thought it was the kind of answers that I expected from James. I don't care about the target on my back. He sees himself as a professional player in his mind. And if you want it, come and get it. I thought that was really refreshing. It had a bit of humour to it, but a bit of seriousness about what James is all about 61. As well. That was, yeah, that had me smiling. One person who's not been smiling today, Matt, is this man in your picture, Johan Angstrom. Just 3 legs he's won all day. I wish I could say it's because he's been playing 45. Absolutely awful, but it hasn't always been the case. I mean, it has been a case that the opponents have just been playing tremendously well, and I think the biggest opponent for Jim McEwan here is himself. I think this is a bit like running your own race.
58.
He's got to set the pace. He's got to take an early lead. Just fancy himself that he's got the quality, he's got the levels.
So it's like McEwan playing himself, but I feel like it's 58. Been that way since his first dart on Monday. He's not really felt settled with the situation. He's come in here as the champion, but maybe that target has moved off his back a little bit now. Maybe it has moved to Richardson. We've seen it move around 60. Quite a lot. I think McMillan's been wearing it for quite some time. He'll technically be wearing it in the next one as well because it's on the back of his shirt.
Yeah, to be fair though, Jim McEwan walked in today and like I said, I just had a look 83. At him. I thought, yeah, I like the look of Jim today. And he opened it with 103 average. In his second game, just 45 minutes later, he averaged 100. Just had that little wobble, didn't he, against Jan McIntosh? It was a surprise result.
58.
As the man from the Faroe Islands hadn't won a game going into that one, and it just derailed Jim a little bit. Then we just saw that real fist pump when he Got the best of Jake McMillan, who's been top in the group for
85.
a big part of this. And I just think Jim takes this. He moves to 12 points, and he's right in the mix for tomorrow. And then the head-to-heads really come to the fore. I mean, you know, the games between McEwan and Richardson, etc. So plenty to play for.
100. Johan, you require 145.
Lovely first start. Able to find the switching treble.
69. Jim, you require 164. $124.
Nice setup shot there
Johan,
from
you require 76.
Jim McEwan. Leaves himself tops. But will he get an opportunity? He
Game
won't.
shot on the first leg.
And
Johan
we've had a day
Angstrom.
like Angstrom's had, where he's been unable to win a match so far. He's
Second
only won
leg,
3
it's Jim
legs
to throw first.
in his 4 matches.
Game on.
To then take a nice, clean finish.
One thing that Jim McEwan does possess is the fact that he doesn't
100.
panic. Another thing is he's been fundamentally sound when he's had the dart. He's going to take some beating on his throat. I don't think there'll be any panic setting just yet.
100.
But isn't it very typical of the MODUS Super Series? Very typical of this group so far that Johan could really put the mockers on it for Jim McEwan, because then all of a sudden he goes back to the hotel as quite a disappointed player. Gets through this game, I think you'll think, job well done. 4 wins out of 5, I'll take that.
140.
Getting to the stage now when I'm looking at the timetable for tomorrow. I'm really looking for some blockbuster games, and because there's 4 players right in it. Actually,
100.
All of them. Oh, that can't wait for that one. Looking forward to this one.
And I'd like to say I'm surprised, but no part of this group surprises me. This is pretty much exactly how I expected it to go.
180.
Essentially 4 players in the mix on the last day.
140. Jim, you require 81.
Only 1 place available tomorrow. The rest of the players will be split into groups B and C.
Yep, this will be the first match tomorrow, this. Jim McEwan against Johan Angstrom. That will be our
41.
first game tomorrow.
Johan, you require 161.
Please join us, because all the ingredients to be a sensational day. This would be a sensational finish. He's bullseye away.
Game shot on the
Oh,
second
yes.
leg. Johan
What a
Angstrom.
finish. 161. The nod of appreciation from Jim McEwan behind on the treble 17.
Third
then
leg,
smashes
it's
the
Johan
ball.
to throw first. Game on.
How do you predict this, Matt? Please help me.
Who do I get to pass the question to? Because I've got no answers. I'm stunned. Other than the old cliches, shall we stick with those? It's
95.
live sport. It's not played on paper. It's played in front of you, not behind you.
Hat amongst the pigeons is what I'm thinking here, because once again, I made the
125.
mistake of thinking Jim McEwan will be on 12 points overnight. Johan Angstrom just said, hold my coat.
$140.
This is the Johan Angstrom I remember and admired very much. We became good friends after our game in 2012. When you're involved in a game like we had, always looked out for his name, and he's had his ups, he's had his
97.
downs. It's great to see him here this week. Today's been a tough day. Some way to finish against Jim McEwan, wouldn't it? And imagine if Jim McEwan's 2 losses are against the 2 players at the bottom of the table.
96.
Shaking his head away now because he's frustrated that Johan's playing like this. Not about his own performance. Jim's averaging 95.
59. Johan, you require 170.
Oh, we've seen the 161.
One treble here will be the requirement. He finds it, so he's got a bonus dart.
96.
The way this is going for McEwan, he's probably going to need to put at least 2 in this treble. If there was any sort of problems here for Johan.
I was thinking even that's not enough, man. I was thinking maximum only.
60.
Because what
Johan, you
happens when you
require
just maybe try just a
74.
little bit too hard. Now, Johan got to give himself at least 1 dart. And how many players this week have hit that 4 on the 18s?
Game shot on
He's
the
a very
third
good
leg.
counter.
Johan
He's very
Angstrom.
good around the board, Johan. I thought he'd made a mistake by going for the 20 there. Maybe a little bit of respect there
Fourth leg,
for
it's Jim
Jim
to throw
McEwan.
first.
That double
Game on.
5 was just beautiful right in the corner, and the raised eyebrows there from Jim McEwan is like, what on earth is happening right now? This was not meant to be the conclusion of day 2.
81.
Coming from nowhere as well, this performance from Johan. He's only won 3 legs across the day. He's doubled that in this match so far, and he's just looking so assured.
100.
But does he leave here now really happy and confident, saying, I've got that good vibes leaving the room? Or does he go, where was that earlier?
I don't think he played. I mean, it
100.
could be been a little bit too hard on Johan. If you look at the averages against him today, it's understandable. I've seen enough from Johan where he's thinking, bring on Group C.
140.
Continues like this, it would be a very strong rival, but potentially not just in Group C, because he's still got possibilities here of getting a Group B position. He technically could still win the
140.
group, but the likelihood is now his attention would turn to a best performance of a Group B.
Yeah, that could be a little bit unfair there because you're absolutely right. He's on 8 points if he does win this game. Nothing wrong with him
91.
leaving top in the group, or more likely, reaching Group B would be a firm target. Don't bust it.
140.
Plenty
Johan, you
of
require
dartboard between
170.
that dart and the treble 20. Make sure he didn't end up on that list of people that have busted the 180.
41. Jim, you require 40.
To reduce the deficit, the comeback has to start somewhere.
Game
And what
shot
I
on
would
the
say to
fourth
Jim
leg.
McEwan is
Jim McEwan.
Johan Angstrom has been in a position this week where he was leading 3-0 and lost.
Fifth leg, it's Johan to throw first.
He
Game
will
on.
have the throw on 2 occasions in this match. So McEwan's going to have to find some big stuff or hope for slips and mistakes, which was kind of a
83.
bit of column A, bit of column B when he had that turnaround defeat against Jake McMillan.
Johan will play the first game, as I stated, tomorrow against the man in the
140.
picture, Jim McEwan. In the last game of Group A, Johan will be playing James Richardson. Important. How crucial of a role will Johan play tomorrow?
99.
Certainly looks like he's living every dart as well, doesn't it? As soon as that first treble went in, it was like he was giving himself a congratulations. When you've had the day like Johan has, you're just searching
41.
for some form of positivity.
Yeah, timing not great there for Jim. I always think when he's really reaching and searching for the dart, when they go in that low one, he's just what we call in the trade a little bit of a late release, and you're chasing the dart because you know that the
97.
release point's not right. You can pretty much tell when Jim throws the perfect dart. More obvious with a very straightforward throw that he's got. You see a bit of body movement, a bit of everything coming into it.
58.
Not 100% comfortable right now, and Johan has to step up and step up at these 3 darts. He's 40 ahead plus these, and even 1 treble will put him in a firm position. Firm
96.
control of this leg and of this match.
And McEwan looks at the scoreboard almost with disbelief. And you look at the dartboard with disbelief.
Means Jim would end day 2 on only 10 points, 4 points behind
41.
Richardson. We've
Johan,
seen
you
bigger
require
comebacks and that, we know that, but
126.
this wasn't in the plan. Doesn't need to go for the 19s and 126, which is the standard way to go. All he's doing is laying up. It's good, sensible play, especially if he gets the treble 18 here.
65.
Just like that bullseye for the 86 finish, and I have no problem with that if that's his desired target.
So all things considered, he'd expect 2 darts, if not 1, for the match here. But
140.
McEwan has done his part.
Johan, you
Done
require
his part, which might
61.
change the decision process. You could go for treble 15, but I think you'll stay on the bullseye area. That's the perfect dart. That's wild.
25. Jim, you require 81.
Big moment. Going a different route here to try and guarantee himself a dart at the double. He's quite fortunate there because that was at the big 16 and he could have nearly missed the board. He's ended up squeezing in the double 16. Leaves him double 12. Big moment in terms of the direction of this game.
Flag. Jim McEwan.
And you get the feeling that that moment is something we're going to be talking about in about 10 minutes' time.
Sixth
Fancy
flag, it's Jim to throw
Jim McEwan
first.
doing it. Only the sense
Game
that
on.
Johan is susceptible to throwing away a big lead. You're thinking, is Johan thinking of that match yesterday with Jake McMillan? Don't feel like Jim will remember that game. Jim's just doing what he does, and we know how good he is on his darts.
108.
With that start, you've got to think now it's going to be a last leg shootout, and the momentum will be with a champion.
I think
41.
history's repeating itself here for Johan. Jim McEwan just getting a little bit better, tightening things up. Johan starting to lose the line. Was those 2 match darts at that
50.
61 combination all he's going to get, or can he get some more? We'll have to Jim opening with a max on the throat.
60.
Johan returning 2 trebleless visits. If it is going to be, it's going to have to be in a last leg shootout.
$59.
Until that point,
97.
Johan not missed a dart of the double. He was 3 from 3 in the first couple of legs, but how often is it when it's the most important one, when the chips are down? What a time for a max this would be.
108.
We were speaking about it earlier, the perfect maxes that leave you on those single darters. 212 turns into 32. McEwan looks very strong here for a level game.
Yeah, 2 180s in this one leg.
95.
3 for the match.
Jim, you require 32.
He's running at full pelt at the moment, is McEwan. And it's 3-3.
Shot on the 6th flag, Jim McEwan.
Johan Angstrom probably thinking I should be in the players area right now with a surprising
7th and
victory.
final leg. It's Johan to throw first.
Just to build
Game
up
on.
the scenario once again, Johan Angstrom was leading this match 3-0. Yesterday, he was in exactly the same position and lost 4-3. That's the battle he'll be having. Rather than the fact he's playing
45.
Jim McEwan, rather than the fact that Jim's playing so well, I think the biggest battle for him right now is to forget that game he had.
And the punishment comes in here from McEwan.
81.
It's like last one, but the treble was hit, so the first blow has been landed.
125.
Well, it's still in the balance. Like I say, you had to favour Jim McEwan. Then he had that real lateral drift into the 1. Johan had that lateral drift into the 5, and you thought, surely it's for Jim's. And just sensed the
43.
tension. I don't know if you can see it, Matt, but the incredible amount of body movement from both players right now. They're feeling it.
Well, McEwan could get cut adrift here a little bit at the top of the table by 4 points going into the last day, which he knows is going to be a
43.
problem for him, where Johan has got an opportunity here to throw another 3-0 leader when they're both probably fearing losing more than trying to win.
I think it's a classic case for Johan right now. I just thought he had the experience to overcome things
91.
like that. A 43 was a disappointing return when he had total control. A treble 17 there from Jim. There's nothing in it. Every treble's like gold dust right now.
100.
That'll do. 100 behind for McEwan. 140, 180, Matt.
Got to be big. It's going to be big.
140.
That's what good players do. I just envisage that coming. What I can't envisage is what this man is going to do. He's very unpredictable. He hasn't been in this situation today. That's what he can do, though.
180.
And all of a
Jimmy
sudden,
require
McEwan is facing this
146
146 with urgency and almost must-hit territory. It's on, and that is good. Does he stay there? Double 16.
That's
shot.
why
And the
he's the
match,
champion.
Jim McEwan.
What a finish, Jim McEwan. A sensational game. Johan, you've done absolutely nothing wrong there. The comeback of all comebacks, and what a way to win it. Jim McEwan, take a bow, young man. That was an outstanding finish. And Johan, he played 5 and lost 5 today, but it takes 2 to tango, and he played his part in a fantastic game. Just look at those numbers. A 97 average for Jim, a 161 there from high checkout from Johan Angstrom. 4 from 4 on the outer ring from Jim McEwan. What a finish to a sensational match. We move on to the final game of the day. It's a big North American clash. It's Jake McMillan against Leonard Gates.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here on the south coast of Portsmouth. And that man from Canada there, Jake McMillan, well, he was leading the table at the beginning of the day, but he's seen James Richardson reel him in. And now, so too has Jim McEwan. He came all the way back from 3-0 behind to get Johan Angstrom to then win in the last leg decider. But it is a transatlantic clash as he takes on the American ace, Leonard Gates. Who's going to win this battle then? It's the United States up against Canada with the man from the Northeast and the man from the Midlands.
Yeah, thank you very much, Henry. And wow, just getting our breaths back in the comms box. And, you know, why do we love the MODUS Super Series? Well, it's for days like today. I think it's been quality of the highest degree and just so much excitement, the comebacks, the stacks of 180s. And but for me, it's the big 100-plus finishes that's been today. In virtually every game, we've seen something special. But was there anything better, Matt, than that 1-4-6 finish from Jim McEwan at the end?
180.
There might be. A 9 darter would be better than that. I think that's the only thing that's going to be better than that. But Jake McMillan might treat us to that here in the opening leg.
Leonard teased us a couple of times yesterday when he was in that free-flowing mood of his. We had the 7 perfect darts from Jan earlier.
134.
And all of a sudden we stopped talking about Jake McMillan when he's had a couple of defeats. He's been listening, because I tell you what, there's coming out with the traps and then they're starting like this. Both are finding the treble very regular. Maybe they've just been inspired
83.
from what was an unbelievable previous game.
47.
Gates not found his consistency today. We've seen a very distracted, very fidgety version of Leonard Gates today.
125.
And
Jake, you
very
require
reactive.
140.
Stay away from that treble.
100. Leonard,
There's
you
the
require 153.
Different angle there to ensure that he doesn't get that deflection into the treble 20.
Treble 19. They've played each other. I've been having a good look at the North American PDC sort of championship results. I've said they had a semi-final which Leonard Gates beat Jake this year 7-0.
121.
Well, they know each other
Jake,
very,
you
very
require
well.
40. Game shot on the first leg. Jake McMillan.
For a moment, we stopped talking about Jake McMillan, and all of a sudden, just come back to the fore again.
Second leg, it's Leonard to throw first.
If he is to get the
Game
victory
on.
here, though, it will keep him in the running for that top position. It'll actually put him level with points with James Richardson going into tomorrow, with Jim McEwan and Leonard Gates just breathing down their necks.
100.
The big 4 in this group, all performing and all just keeping what is going to be
40.
a really good conclusion to Group A alive.
He'd be slightly detached with Leonard Gates with defeat here. A win for Leonard Gates in this one would make it super, super exciting tomorrow.
140.
Like I said, that big 4 all fighting for it, all in a good position.
There's one thing, though, about Leonard Gates. We know he's got this
100.
explosive nature in his performance that if anyone was going to come off the pace to be able to turn it around, out of the players, you'd put it to Leonard Gates.
85.
Like James Richardson, will be at Lakeside in just a couple of weeks' time. And like James Richardson, will be one of the fancied runners to lift that title.
180.
Maybe the fact he was at the top of the table, Jake, there was just an element of his game that just seemed to erode. Tell you what, I've just like everything I'm seeing from Jake in this match. However,
136.
Leonard Gates right now is averaging 116.
$24.
That's
Leonard, you
Edgar
require
joking. He
40.
said maybe we're saving the best till last. Well, Leonard Gates, if you can check out on top seed, is posting some staggering numbers right this moment.
Game shot on the second leg.
That
Leonard
continues.
And if you're
Third
thinking
leg, it's
you
Jake to
can't
throw
continue
first.
like that,
Game on.
I can assure you he can. Match number 4 yesterday, 111.33.
60.
And back that up with another 100+ average after that. So he just seems to have this, when he's on it attitude.
135.
You mentioned the word fidgety and you talked about him. I was thinking when you said that, isn't that when he's at his best though?
100.
That unpredictability, that bouncing around the hockey, that move in the eye, everything that you shouldn't do as a dart player.
I think when it's positive reaction, so there's a positive reaction to a throw and a negative, and
138.
right now we like say he's bouncy, got a spring in his step. Earlier on it was more mopesy, the world's on my
39.
shoulders, stretching out my back and pulling at my shirt.
He's something else for you. He's the perfect man for a crowd, isn't he? Remember, you can be here on Saturday night as well. Simply scan that
56.
QR code. Something special about Saturday night here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and that's because of the atmosphere that you can bring and just a small
81.
booking fee. Simply follow that to dartshop.tv. Come and support these guys Saturday night.
I think when you look at the players that we've got here this week, there's one thing for sure, and that's quality night of darts come Saturday.
100.
That was a quality last dart again. The fidgety moved over right to the left. That was really tough to hit the treble from there.
52.
Talking
Leonard
very
requires
openly about how
72.
well Jake was playing. Well, I think in a couple of seconds' time, it'll be 2-1 to the American. Double 12. I hope he knows that.
$48.
Yeah, no need to panic. Jake's left himself a bogey.
$84. Leonard, you require 24.
Double 12 for a break of throw. Just checking that's not in the 9. Close to the wire there. And
12.
3 darts
Jake, you require
Missed.
85.
for Leonard Gates. And now Jake McMillan in an opportunity that he's been mopping these up all week. Going to be 1 dart at the bullseye to
Game
resist
shot on
the
the third
challenge, and it
leg,
does.
Jake
It's
McMillan.
smack bang in the middle.
Even a reaction there from the players' area.
Fourth
Yes,
leg, it's Leonard to
Clearly
throw
watching
first.
it with us. And Leonard
Game
Gates,
on.
the reason the surprise in mine and Matt's voice is usually when he gets down to a double, he's so adept to it. The real strength of his game.
140.
And if you put yourself in Jake's position there, he's out of the leg and out the blue. You're getting 1 dart at a chance, right in the centre of the board.
96.
It was one of them darts, wasn't it, Matt, where you couldn't even place it more centrally.
A really well thrown dart, especially when Gates had opportunities to break the throw.
97.
But this is one of the key strengths I feel with Leonard Gates' game. He doesn't let disappointment lag into the next leg. He's very quick
100.
just to go, okay, missed that opportunity. I'll just make another one.
He's very difficult to read, isn't he? Which is pretty surprising. He's this character, this
55.
big character. You're expecting that big booming voice. But when you speak to him, he's quite softly spoken, very gentle to speak to.
138.
One of those players who's just a must-watch. Goes for some bizarre setup plays, different ways of double. But he's getting, like I said, he'll probably prove me wrong again in a second, but he's getting so much better in the knowledge of his finishing. And I think that all
57.
goes well for
Jake, you
the next
require
couple of years for him as he gets
167.
used to sort of the steel tip side of the game.
95. Leonard, you require 152.
Well, this would be typical of the kind of day that we've had today. The big finishers have been absolutely sublime. Not to be this time.
140.
And what do I say
Jake,
so
you
much when
require
I'm sat here?
72.
These are the types of finishes you should be practicing every single day. One dart at tops could be the difference of winning and losing this match.
32. Leonard, you require 12.
Double that was very often used at the start of the day, this double six. Actually, it came inside and went down to the threes. Can't do it on this occasion,
No
and he
score.
can't hit it. More missed darts for
Jake, you
Gates. He's had
require
9
40.
missed darts at a double so far in this match.
Game
And
shot
once
on the
again,
fourth flag.
punished.
Jake McMillan. Fifth leg, it's Jake to throw first.
There'll be a lot of frustration.
on.
Yeah, you can just see just a little head shake at the end there for Leonard with the realisation of exactly what's happening.
140.
Game that he could be 3-1 up, should be 3-1 up. In-play table is very, very exciting for a
100.
day's darts tomorrow. James Richardson sat pretty on 14 level with Jake McMillan if Jake can get through this game. But the leg
81.
advantage with the man from the Midlands. And just sat nice, just behind Jim McEwan. We're not going to write the champ off, just 2 points behind, and the head-to-heads between these big 4
100.
tomorrow will be crucial. And how important will the spoiler roles be of Johan and Jan? I can't pick a winner.
137. $99.
Love the way he
Jake, you
floats
require
the darts.
143.
But aesthetically pleasing on the eye when he's at his best as Leonard.
59.
However, treble-less there from Jake when he could just see that winning line. Just a slight opening here for Leonard Gates.
125.
That's all he usually needs, and he's right
Jake,
back
you
in this
require
leg.
84.
It was a bullseye that really changed this match. It's double 11 this time. And
Game
what a
shot
finish.
and the match.
What
Jake
a day
McMillan.
of darts. And Jake McMillan lost his 2 previous games, so you could understand him if he had lost that match against Leonard Gates. And look at the reaction. He knows where the camera is. He knows where the double 11 is. But it's been a sensational day of darts. And once again, 2 plays averaging over 90. In defeat, 96.16 for Gates. Just 1 from 10 on the outer ring. But it was all about the man from Canada, Jake McMillan. He's joined top overnight.
Indeed, he is, and he saved a big performance for last, where really he needed to put in a big performance.
That's what I said at the start of the day when you asked me what's been so impressive with him. I said when he needs to do something, he's doing it. He's done it again. And we're learning a lot about Jake, and I'm more impressed the more I see him as we go. He's in with a very good shout now of actually getting through this group. The worst thing for him now would be if he doesn't turn up tomorrow, ends up falling into a Group C. But I don't see any negativity at the moment to suggest that. And he's going to be in a very interesting battle tomorrow. So more questions to be asked.
Most certainly. We saw him at the end of that game, giving some signs into the camera. He was giving a little bit of relief up here to the back. And it felt like a celebration, not of confidence, but it felt almost like relief because he knows that he put himself in a position and got himself out of it eventually.
Or a player who's seizing an opportunity, a player who knows that he's got himself back into the mix because he was sliding out of contention and was looking at the possibility at one point of him finishing potentially 4th in the table at the end of day 2. At one point, he was 4 points clear. So for him to now be in joint top position at the top of the table, I think that's a really strong play there. And I think what we saw there wasn't relief. I think that's a man who's up for the fight.
Well, that was Jake McMillan. This is what we've seen in general today. These are the results from Tuesday's action. 15 games have come and gone. And look, we call it moving day on a Tuesday in Group A, and we call it moving day for a reason, because the table really begins to establish itself following the first day's play. And some of the stronger players of yesterday either go one way or another. James Richardson, quite simply put, was the player of the day today. And we were mentioning up here on the balcony about him and how his level from last time really has improved this time. And he put it up again today, didn't he?
Very, very good from Richardson. Yes, he lost that game in the middle, but other than that, it was 4-0 and 4-1 victories, which is going to give him a very healthy lead on those legs tomorrow, which in a group like this where we've got potentially 4 runners and riders going into the final day, that leg difference could be key. So maybe he's done a lot more damage today than we're giving him credit for.
And he spoke up here on the balcony. There was a real confidence. He said, they got to come and get me. And you know what? He said, the phrase I like more than anything was, "I will be up for the fight."
He always is. He's up for a fight 7 days a week. I think he's up for a fight playing his son Josh in the living room. I think he's up for the match. He hit a 9-darter against him. He's ruthless by name and ruthless by nature.
However, I am a fair broadcaster, Matt, and on the balcony, he did make some comments about your game a couple of weeks ago at a competition. Would you like to have a right of reply?
I don't think I need one. He played very, very well. He absolutely hammered me in that game, and I'm not even a part-time dart player now. I've picked him up 5 times in a year. He said himself, he plays like a professional player. He should have won, and he did. He gave me a right tonking.
Just a commentator.
That's all. That's all it is now. You think I'm going to do my Chris Mason because I'm playing in a few weeks.
See, these commentators, they actually win at the Super Series. Anyway, let's move on and talk about the champion, Jim McEwan, because he showed it, particularly in that last game there. 3-0 down, 4 out of 4 on the doubles, including a 1-4-6 to win it. That is a champion's performance.
Absolutely. That finish at the end was incredible. 4 from 4 on the doubles, 100% on the finishes. Everything about that comeback from Jim McEwan was so assured. There was a checkout 81 to pull it back to 3-2. I said, how important would that be? That was the moment that I think gave Jim McEwan the confidence to go on to do it, but also just reminded Johan about that negativity because he'd been in that position before. That was a hard defeat to take for Johan.
Well, this is a compilation of Jim's winning moments here throughout the course of the day. And, well, this was the big one here, wasn't it, Jake McMillan? This was kind of the point where things began to change in the table.
Things have been changing all day in the table, and I think Jim McEwan's probably the one that's made the biggest move in terms of positional change from yesterday to today. But he could have made it easier on himself, and I find that with Jim McEwan this week, he's just not had... He's had the explosiveness, but he's not been able to keep his game up in that A-game realm, and he's been getting a bit frustrated with himself. He's been putting a lot of shoulder into the action, but tomorrow is the most important day, and that's when the biggest players play their best.
They most certainly do, and that was a big, big finish there against Johan Angstrom, who just thought, well, goodness me, what on earth has hit me? But for everything that Jim did right today, and he did a lot right, there was just one moment, wasn't there, where there was just a little bit of a lapse. He decided against the bull here, against Johan Angstrom, and boy, did he get punished.
I'm not going to go to against Jim McEwan here because do you know what? I'd have probably done the same thing, and it's a message you send to your opponent. You say to them, if you're good enough, or option 2, you're saying to them, I don't think you're good enough. Either way of them, it's a bit of a psychological warfare, but Johan won on that occasion.
Did you do that against James Richardson by any chance?
I don't think I got that close to have a shot against James Richardson at those sort of finishes. He tonked me.
Well, that was the story of the day. Let's have a look at the table and sum up the rest of what we've seen today, because James Richardson, Jake McMillan and Jim McEwan, they're the top 3 players. Leonard Gates on 10 points. When he is playing well, he is playing at a super level. It's the consistency, isn't it? It's a big issue.
From that league table, if someone was in 4th position and still we want to argue that there's 4 players in the mix rather than 3, it'd have to be Leonard Gates. Because Leonard Gates can hit a level that the other players haven't been able to hit throughout 2023. And that's seen in the titles that he's picked up this year, certainly on that seniors tour, picking up 3 TV titles. And the one he didn't pick up, he got to the semi-final. So he's been dominant on that circuit. So we know that if anyone's going to swoop the field, it'd be him. And that's why I think there's still 4 players in the mix.
However, is the big issue with Leonard the fact that we've seen on the first 2 days slow starts? If he's going to do anything tomorrow in terms of picking up that top place, he can ill afford that.
He can't afford a defeat. There's 3 players above him. He's got to win them all. And he certainly can't afford to lose to anyone above him because then that'll just open up. It'll be a 4-pointer. He'll lose points while they gain it. Leonard Gates needs to win 5 from 5 tomorrow to have any hope of topping this group.
Should be an interesting day.
Oh, absolutely. I can't remember a time we've gone into a Wednesday. Certainly when I've been here, it's probably happened millions of times, but I've not come into a Wednesday where I've found it this open before. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how it plays out.
Shall we set the alarm clock ready to go for 9:30 tomorrow?
I think we'll be in plenty of time before that because tomorrow is going to be fireworks.
It should be. We shall see you tomorrow, spick and span, nice and early. Hopefully, we'll see you, spick and span, nice and early. 9:30 is when we are going to resume. Now, we're on the Super Series YouTube channel as well as Sporty Stuff TV tomorrow for all of the action. But as far as day 2 is concerned, well, Ruthless, well, he was top of the pile. He was hot, hot, hot.